Preface to A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Preface to A Student's History of American Literature. In the preparation of this book, the author has followed, in the main, the principles embodied in A Student's History of English Literature, published in 1902. Less reference has been made, however, to the historical setting, it being assumed that the student is well acquainted with the history of his own country. The author has tried to present the story with directness, omitting what seemed unessential or of minor importance, avoiding the technical both in criticism and in vocabulary, and attempting in the arrangement of material to find a plan as simple and clear as possible, believing most emphatically that a course in the history of our literature should in no degree supplant the study of its masterpieces, but contribute rather to the enjoyment and correct appreciation of them. He has sought not only to interest his readers in the personal narratives of men and women who have created our literature, and are still creating it, but through the suggestions for study or reading also to encourage actual acquaintance with the works that compose that literature. Many of the reference books mentioned in the text will be of more value to the teacher than to the pupil, and the experienced instructor will make more frequent use of illustration than of critical comment. It would be gratifying if our principal authors were represented in every school library, and if one such author could be read entire by each student in the course. At all events, the library habit should be cultivated and the search for illustrative selections encouraged. Stedman and Hutchinson's Library of American Literature, Stedman's An American Anthology, and similar collections are of the greatest value. Whitcomb's Chronological Outlines of American Literature can be used to excellent advantage in noting the productions of specific years. The current volume of Who's Who in America is our one reliable source of information concerning living writers. Especially to be commended are the Chief American Poets and American Songs and Lyrics, both edited by Curtis Hidden Page. The former book, which contains in a single volume the great body of our best American verse, ought to be in continuous use throughout the course. Finally, let no teacher of American literature consider it a part of his professional duty to depreciate or deprecate the work of our American writers. It represents a substantial and respectable achievement. It may well inspire a reasonable patriotic pride in the minds of our youth. It is, at the present time, as full of promise for literary art in the future as is the national literature of any land. End of Preface. Part 1 of Chapter 1 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 1 Early Colonial Literature, 1607 to 1700. Part 1 The English in Virginia. Captain John Smith, William Strachey, George Sandys. The story of a nation's literature ordinarily has its beginning far back in the remoter history of that nation, obscured by the uncertainties of an age of which no trustworthy records have been preserved. The earliest writings of a people are usually the first efforts at literary production of a race in its childhood, and as these compositions develop, they record the intellectual and artistic growth of the race. The conditions which attended the development of literature in America, therefore, are peculiar. At the very time when Sir Walter Raleigh A type of the great and splendid men of action who made such glorious history for England in the days of Elizabeth, was organizing the first futile efforts to colonize the New World, English literature, which is the joint possession of the whole English speaking race, was rapidly developing. Sir Philip Sidney had written his Arcadia, first of the great prose romances, and enriched English poetry with his sonnets. Edmund Spenser had composed the Shepherd's Calendar. Christopher Marlowe had established the drama upon heroic lines, and Shakespeare had just entered on the first flights of his fancy. When, in 1606, King James granted to a company of London merchants the first charter of Virginia, Sidney and Spenser and Marlowe were dead. Shakespeare had produced some of his greatest plays. The name of Ben Jonson, along with other notable names, had been added to the list of our great dramatists, and the philosopher Francis Bacon had published the first of his essays. These are the familiar names which represent the climax of literary achievement in the Elizabethan age, and this brilliant epoch had reached its full height when the first permanent English settlement in America was made at Jamestown in 1607. On New Year's Day the little fleet commanded by Captain Newport sailed forth on its venturesome and romantic enterprise, the significance of which was not altogether unsuspected by those who saw it depart. Michael Drayton, one of the most popular poets of his day, later Poet Laureate of the kingdom, sang in quaint, prophetic verses a cheery farewell: "You brave, heroic minds, worthy your country's name, that honors still pursue, go and subdue, while loitering hinds lurk here at home with shame. And in regions far such heroes bring ye forth as those from whom we came, and plant our name under that star not known unto our north. And as there plenty grows of laurel everywhere, Apollo's sacred tree you it may see, a poet's brows to crown that may sing there." This little band of adventurers, in regions far, disembarked from the ships Discovery, Goodspeed, and Susan Constant upon the site of a town yet to be built, 50 miles inland, on the shore of a stream as yet unexplored, in the heart of a vast green wilderness, the home of savage tribes who were none too friendly. It was hardly to be expected that the ripe seeds of literary culture should be found in such a company, or should germinate under such conditions in any notable luxuriance. The surprising fact, however, is that in this group of gentlemen adventurers there was one man of some literary craft, who, while leading the most strenuous life of all, efficiently protecting and heartening his less courageous comrades in all manner of perilous experiences, compiled and wrote with much literary skill the picturesque chronicles of the settlement. Captain John Smith, the mainstay of the Jamestown colony in the critical period of its early existence, was a true soldier of fortune, venturesome, resolute, self-reliant, resourceful, withal a man of great good sense, and with the grasp on circumstances which belongs to the man of power. His life since leaving his home on a Lincolnshire farm, at 16 years of age, had been replete with romantic adventure. He had been a soldier in the French army, and had served in that of Holland. He had wandered through Italy and Greece, into the countries of Eastern Europe, and had lived for a year in Turkey and Tartary. He had been in Russia, in Germany, in Spain, and in Africa, and was familiar with the islands of the Mediterranean and those of the Eastern Atlantic. Smith afterward wrote a narrative of his singularly full and adventurous life, not sparing, apparently, the embellishment which in his time seems to have been reckoned a natural feature of narrative art. The honesty of his statements has been doubted, perhaps to the point of injustice, and at the present time a reaction is to be seen which presents the writings of the sturdy old adventurer in a more favorable light. It was natural enough that such a daring rover should catch the spirit of enthusiasm with which the exploration and settlement of the New World had inflamed Englishmen of his time and type. And it was a recognition of his experience and practical sagacity which led to his appointment as a member of the council at the head of affairs in the Jamestown colony. In so far as the literary accomplishments of Captain John Smith have any immediate connection with American history, our interest centers upon his true relation of such occurrences and accidents of note as have happened in Virginia since the first planting of that colony, which is now resident in the south part thereof, till the last return from thence. London, 1608. Smith's writings are plain, blunt narratives, which please by their rough vigor and the breezy picturesqueness of his rugged, unaffected style, hardly to be accounted literature except by way of compliment. The True Relation is not unworthy of its place in our literary record as the first English book produced in America. It supplies our earliest chronicle of the perils and hardships of our American pioneers. The romantic story of Pocahontas is found in its pages, briefly recounted by the writer in terms which hardly warrant its dismissal as a myth, and many another thrilling incident of that distressing struggle with the wilderness which makes a genuine appeal to the reader now, as it undoubtedly did to the kinsmen of the colonists in England for whom the book was originally prepared. Smith was the author of several other narrative and descriptive pamphlets in which he recounted the early history of the colonies at Plymouth and on Massachusetts Bay. Indeed, it was the redoubtable captain who first gave to that part of the country the name New England, and to the little harbor on Cape Cod, before the coming of the Puritans, Smith had already given the name of Plymouth. In 1624 he published A General History of Virginia, a compilation edited in England from the reports of various writers. Another interesting chronicle of this perilous time was written in the summer of 1610 by a gentleman recently arrived at Jamestown after a stormy and eventful voyage. This vivid narrative, called A True Repertory of the Wrack and Redemption of Sir Thomas Gates, Knight, upon and from the islands of the Bermudas, his coming to Virginia and the estate of that colony, was written by William Strachey, of whose personality little is known. The tremendous picture of shipwreck and disaster is presented in a masterly style. The clouds gathering thick upon us, and the wind singing and whistling most unusually, a dreadful storm and hideous began to blow from out the northeast, which swelling and roaring as it were by fits, some hours with more violence than others, at length did beat all light from heaven, which like an hull of darkness turned black upon us. Prayers might well be in the heart and lips, but drowned in the arteries of the officers. Nothing heard that could give comfort, nothing seen that might encourage hope. The sea swelled above the clouds and gave battle unto heaven. Sir George Somers, being upon the watch, had an apparition of a little round light, like a faint star, trembling and streaming along with a sparkling blaze, half the height from the mainmast and shooting sometimes from shroud to shroud, tempting to settle, as it were, upon any of the four shrouds, and for 3 or 4 hours together, or rather more, half the night it kept with us, running sometimes along the mainyard to the very end, and then returning. It being now Friday the 4th morning, it wanted little but that there had been a general determination to have shut up hatches, and commending our sinful souls to God, committed the ship to the mercy of the sea. No wonder that when Strachey's little book, printed in London, fell into the hands of William Shakespeare, this dramatic recital of the furious storm which drove the Virginia fleet on the reefs of the still vexed Bermuths should have inspired the poet in his description of the tempest evoked by Prospero on his enchanted island. So other narratives were written and other chronicles compiled by these industrious Jamestown settlers, but their chronicles and reports were largely official documents prepared for the guidance of the Company's officers in London, and for the general enlightenment of Englishmen at home. Nowhere among them do we find the ring of that resounding style which makes literature of Strachey's prose. It did not seem likely that thus early in Virginia history any laurels would be gathered from Apollo's sacred tree to crown a poet's brow, as Drayton had pleasantly predicted in his lines of farewell. Yet, after all, among these gentlemen, adventurers, who continued to come from England in increasing numbers, there arrived in 1621, as treasurer of the Virginia Company, one who was recognized as a poet of considerable rank, George Sandys, author of an excellent metrical translation of the first 5 books of Ovid. To Sandys also, Drayton, now laureate, had imparted a professional benediction, exhorting his friend with appreciative words: "Let's see what line Virginia will produce. Go on with Ovid. Entice the Muses thither to repair, entreat them gently, train them to that air." And amid the exacting duties of his position, in a most discouraging time, in experiences of privation and distress, amid the terrors of Indian uprising and massacre, he went on with Ovid. After 4 years of strenuous life in the new America, Sandys went home to England with his translation of the Metamorphoses completed, and in 1626 presented his finished work to the king. It was a notable poem, was so accepted by contemporaries, and afterward elicited the admiration of Dryden and of Pope. Thus came the first expression of the poetic art in the New World, the first utterance of the conscious literary spirit articulated in America. We record with interest these few literary appearances in the annals of our early history, but we can in no sense claim these writers as representatives of our native American literature. Smith, Strachey, and Sandys were Englishmen, temporarily interested in a great scheme of colonization. After a brief sojourn in the colony, they returned to England. They were not colonists, they were travelers, and while their compositions have a peculiar interest, and are not without significance for us, they cannot be accounted American works. The record of Virginia's early struggles, its difficulties with the Indians, its depletion by illness and famine, its losses due to the incapacity of leaders and policies ill adapted to the conditions of a true colonial life, its reinforcements, its acquisitions of colonists, its advancement in wealth and importance, this is familiar history. The remarkable fact is the rapidity with which the colony developed. In 1619, 1,200 settlers arrived. Along with them were sent 100 convicts to become servants. Boys and girls, picked up in the London streets, were shipped to Virginia to be bound during their minority to the planters. In the same year a Dutch man of war landed 20 Negroes at Jamestown who were sold as slaves, the first in America. The cultivation of tobacco became profitable, the plantations were extended, and new colonists were brought over in large numbers. Following the execution of Charles I and the establishment of the Puritan protectorate, hundreds of the exiled Cavaliers migrated to Virginia with their families and traditions. These new colonists stamped the character of the dominion that was to be. The best blood of England was thus infused into the new enterprise, and the spirit of the South was determined. In 1650 the population of Virginia was 15,000. 20 years later it was 40,000. Yet the southern soil did not prove favorable to literary growth. English books were, of course, brought into the colony, and private libraries were to be found here and there in the homes of the wealthy. There were no free schools in Virginia, and but few private schools. The children of the planters received instruction under tutors in their own homes, or were sent to England for their education. For fear of seditious literature, printing presses were forbidden by the king. In 1671 Governor Berkeley declared: "I thank God there are no free schools nor printing, and I hope we shall not have these 100 years, for learning has brought disobedience into the world, and printing has divulged them, and libels against the best of governments. God keep us from both." Of original literary accomplishment there was little or no thought until well on in the 18th century. Two or three vigorous pamphlets published in England not long after 1650 are interesting as voicing the first decided utterances of a genuine American spirit in the Southern settlements. John Hammond, a resident in the newer colony of Maryland, visiting his old home in 1656, became homesick for the one he had left in America. "It is not long since I came from thence," he said, "nor do I intend, by God's assistance, to be long out of it again. It is that country in which I desire to spend the remnant of my days, in which I covet to make my grave." His little work, entitled Leah and Rachel, the two fruitful sisters, Virginia and Maryland, was written with a purpose to show what boundless opportunity was afforded in these two colonies to those who in England had no opportunity at all.
End of Part One of Chapter One.
Part Two of Chapter One of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 1. Early Colonial Literature, 1607 to 1700. Part 2. Pilgrims and Puritans in New England. Historical and descriptive writers: William Bradford, John Winthrop, Francis Higginson, William Wood, Thomas Morton. In the northern settlements, conditions socially and intellectually were very different from those existing in the South. The men who colonized New England represented a unique type. Their ideals, their purpose, were essentially other than those which inspired the settlers at Jamestown and the later colonizers of Virginia. The band of Pilgrims who landed from the Mayflower at Plymouth in December, 1620, were not bent on mere commercial adventure, lured to the shores of the New World by tales of its fabulous wealth. They were not in search of gold. They were looking for a permanent home, and had brought their wives and children with them. Their ideals were of the most serious sort. Their deep religious feeling colored all their plans and habits of life. The Pilgrims were a congregation of separatists, or nonconformists, who had already endured hardness for conscience' sake before they had ever left the old home. Under the leadership of the Rev. John Robinson and Elder William Brewster, they had fled to Holland in 1608. For 10 years this community of Englishmen had lived peacefully in the Dutch city of Leyden, earning their own living and enjoying the religious liberty they craved. But they felt themselves aliens in a foreign land, and saw that their children were destined to lose their English birthright. After long deliberation they determined, as Pilgrims, to seek in the new continent a home where they might still possess their cherished freedom of worship, while living under English laws and following the customs and traditions of their motherland. This company of men obtained a grant from the London Company under the same charter as that which had been given to the Virginia colony. They finally set sail from Plymouth, in England, September 16, 1620. It was in the early winter when the Mayflower sighted the shores of Cape Cod. The story of New England's trials, first told in the narrative of Captain John Smith, is as romantic as that of the Jamestown colony and even more impressive. Of the 41 adult males who signed the famous compact on board the Mayflower, only 12 bore the title of gentlemen. They were a sober minded, sturdy band of true colonizers, familiar with labor and inspired with the conviction that God was leading them in their difficult way. Although half the colony perished in the rigor of that first winter, for which they had been wholly unprepared, the spirit of the Pilgrims spoke in the remarkable words of their leader, Brewster: "It is not with us as with men whom small things can discourage or small discontentments cause to wish themselves at home again." The companies of settlers who followed the Pilgrims within the next few years were composed of the same sturdy, independent class of thoughtful, high minded men. They were Puritans, for the most part well to do, prosperous people. Many of them had been educated in the universities, and brought the reverence for education with them. "If God make thee a good Christian and a good scholar, thou hast all that thy mother ever asked for thee," said a Puritan matron to her son. The colonists who within the next 50 years dotted the New England coast line with their thrifty settlements were idealists. As Professor Tyler puts it, they established not an agricultural community, nor a manufacturing community, nor a trading community. It was a thinking community. Moral earnestness characterized every action. In 1636 the General Court of Massachusetts voted to establish a college at Newtown. John Harvard, dying 2 years later, bequeathed his library and half his estate to the school, which was then named Harvard College in his honor. In 1639 the first printing press in America was set up at Cambridge, as Newtown was then named out of compliment to the numerous graduates of the English University then settled in this vicinity. The colonists had their grammar schools, which prepared for college, and by 1650 public instruction was compulsory in 4 of the 5 New England colonies, Rhode Island being the exception. The earliest literary efforts among the New England colonists, like the beginnings in Virginia, were historical and narrative writings, some in the form of journals, a few, more ambitious, representing real attempts at formal history. William Bradford, for whom the title Father of American History may well be claimed, was a native of Yorkshire, and at 17 a member of the Rev. John Robinson's famous congregation, fled with his brethren into Holland. He was prominent among the Pilgrims at the time of their arrival in America, and at 32 was elected governor of Plymouth. Until his death he continued to fill this honorable office, except as he was permitted to break the period of his service for intervals at 5 several times. Bradford was a plain, sensible, truthful man, an able leader under severe conditions. He felt the immense significance of what was then taking place, and sought to provide a record which should preserve a faithful picture of the settlement. No sooner had the Mayflower sighted land, than Bradford began conjointly with Edward Winslow to keep a journal of all occurrences. This journal was carefully continued to the end of the first year. 10 years after the arrival, Governor Bradford began his notable History of the Plymouth Plantation, on which he labored for 20 years. His purpose, as he avowed, was to write "in a plain style, with singular regard unto the simple truth in all things." His story goes back to the persecutions in England, and details the causes of the flight into Holland, describes the sojourn there, and explains the reasons for the second exodus to the shores of the New World. What follows consists of a contemporaneous narrative of the experiences of the colony, set down in simple chronicle without much regard to proportion or unity. but the unmistakable touch of his own homely, honest personality and the vigor of his blunt, realistic style impart a distinct literary flavor to this primitive history of Plymouth, which adds to its obvious value as the first detailed report of the New England settlements. An illustration is found in the writer's account of the Pilgrims and their perilous situation upon their arrival in the New World. Being thus arrived in a good harbor and brought safe to land, they fell upon their knees and blessed the God of heaven, who had brought them over the vast and furious ocean, and delivered them from all the perils and miseries thereof, again to set their feet on the firm and stable earth, their proper element. But here I cannot but stay and make a pause, and stand half amazed at this poor people's present condition. And so I think will the reader too, when he well considers the same. Being thus past the vast ocean, and a sea of troubles before, in their preparation, they had now no friends to welcome them, nor inns to entertain or refresh their weather‐beaten bodies, no houses, or much less towns to repair to seek for succor. It is recorded in Scripture as a mercy to the Apostle and his shipwrecked company, that the barbarians showed them no small kindness in refreshing them. But these savage barbarians, when they met with them, were readier to fill their sides full of arrows than otherwise. And for the season it was winter, and they that know the winters of that country know them to be sharp and violent, and subject to cruel and fierce storms, dangerous to travel to known places, much more to search an unknown coast. Besides, what could they see but a hideous and desolate wilderness, full of wild beasts and wild men? And what multitudes there might be of them they knew not. Neither could they, as it were, go up to the top of Pisgah to view from this wilderness a more goodly country to feed their hopes. For which way soever they turned their eyes, save upward to the heavens, they could have little solace or content in respect of any outward objects. For summer being done, all things stared upon them with a weather‐beaten face, and the whole country, full of woods and thickets, represented a wild and savage hue. If they looked behind them, there was the mighty ocean which they had passed, and was now a main bar and gulf to separate them from all the civil parts of the world. May not and ought not the children of these fathers rightly say, "Our fathers were Englishmen which came over this great ocean and were ready to perish in this wilderness, but they cried unto the Lord, and he heard their voice, and looked on their adversity. Let them therefore praise the Lord, because he is good, and his mercies endure forever." The manuscript of Bradford's History has itself had a rather interesting story. At the death of its author it fell to the possession of his nephew, Edward Morton, who made liberal use of it in his own New England's Memorial, 1669. It then came into the hands of Rev. Thomas Prince, who wrote A Chronological History of New England, 1736. During the occupation of Boston by the British troops in 1775 76, the manuscript was lost with many other valuable documents preserved in Prince's library, which was in the tower of the Old South Church. In 1855 this valuable document was discovered in the library of the Bishop of London, was copied and published in this country, and in 1897 the original itself was restored to America. It is kept in the Massachusetts State Library at the State House in Boston. Among the company of English Puritans who, in 1630, settled on the shore of Massachusetts Bay, the foremost figure was that of John Winthrop, already appointed governor of the colony. His family was well known in his homeshire of Suffolk, a family of property and position. Winthrop himself was a man of noble character, a conscientious Puritan, yet Catholic in spirit beyond some of his associates, possessing the tastes and accomplishments of culture. During his voyage to America he had busied himself in the composition of a little treatise which was characteristic of this broad-minded man. "A Model of Christian Charity" is the title of his essay, and in it he presents a plea for the exercise of an unselfish spirit on the part of all the members of this devoted band, now standing on the threshold of an experience which could not but be trying in the extreme on the nerves and temper of all. "We must be knit together in this work as one man," was his cry. John Winthrop's History of New England is the contemporaneous record preserved in his journal of occurrences in the colony observed by him or reported to him. The busy Governor made a brave effort to keep up with the march of events. Notwithstanding the press of official duties, which more than filled his days, he persevered with his journal, which commences with the beginning of the voyage and comes down to a date only some few weeks previous to his death in 1649. There are gaps in the chronicle, and a significant brevity in the records of particular incidents, some of these records passing from the trivial to the pathetic with ludicrous conciseness. "A cow died at Plymouth and a goat at Boston, with eating Indian corn." The fact is recorded as faithfully as a previous item, mentioned with Spartan brevity. "My son, Henry Winthrop, was drowned at Salem." In the following passage we get a curious glimpse into the Puritan mind. The pathos of the original note is almost lost in the unconscious humor of the historian's wise deductions. "Mr. Hopkins, the Governor of Hartford upon Connecticut, came to Boston and brought his wife with him, a godly young woman, and of special parts, who was fallen into a sad infirmity, the loss of her understanding and reason, which had been growing upon her divers years, by occasion of her giving herself wholly to reading and writing, and had written many books. Her husband, being very loving and tender of her, was loath to grieve her, but he saw his error when it was too late. For if she had attended her household affairs, and such things as belong to women, and not gone out of her way and calling to meddle in such things as are proper for men, whose minds are stronger, etc., she had kept her wits, and might have improved them usefully and honorably in the place God had set her. He brought her to Boston, and left her with her brother, one Mr. Yale, a merchant, to try what means might be had here for her, but no help could be had." There are more momentous records than these in the annals, and Winthrop's history shares with that of Bradford in interest and in importance. Through these straightforward, plain spoken men we get our clearest vision of the rugged, hazardous pioneer life, its heroism, its fortitude, its romance, its curiously contradictory display of self-sacrificing sympathy and fanatical intolerance, its superstition and narrowness, its petty trials and large tribulations, its splendid faith, its aggressive energy of zeal. It is well for the student of literature, as for the student of history, to feel the spirit of these early New England histories. Just as the Virginia settlers developed on the fertile plantations of the South a civilization which reflected the aristocratic traditions of the Cavaliers, so on the rock-bound coasts of Massachusetts Bay these northern colonists stamped their descendants with the grave, stern, persistent type of Puritan character. There were not wanting in the colony those who found delight in studying and describing the natural wonders of this new land. The impressive grandeur of the forest, the fertility of the virgin soil, nature's luxuriant abundance redeemed from the wilderness, the strange picturesqueness of the savage natives, the wild things of the woods, so much that was new and wonderful in their environment. All this made its appeal to the imagination of some among these hard-headed, practical pioneers. Such an one was Rev. Francis Higginson (1567 1630), a gifted and eloquent man, who came from England in 1629 to serve the community at Salem as its minister. It was in June that the voyagers landed, and the glories of a New England summer colored the impressions of the newly arrived clergyman with a primeval splendor. He had written a narrative of his voyage, and now he began a description of the country itself. His little book of observations is a bright and genial picture. Under the title New England's Plantation, it was published in London in 1630. "A sup of New England's air is better than a whole draught of Old England's ale," declares its author. The woods, the flowers, the plants delighted him. "Here are also abundance of other sweet herbs," he wrote, "delightful to the smell, whose names I know not, and plenty of single damask roses, very sweet." Even the stern rigidity of the Puritans could bend above the beauty of the sweetbriar and gratefully inhale its fragrance. The chill breath of the New England winter does not blight his enthusiasm. The great hearth fires in the cabins, and the inexhaustible supply of wood to feed the flames, rejoice his heart. "There is good living for those who love good fires," he exclaims. Something of a naturalist was William Wood, who published in 1634 his New England's Prospect, an interesting description of the country in which he had made his home. A little of a poet, also, he enlivened his account by putting some of his observations into verse, as for example: "The beasts be as followeth, the kingly lion and the strong armed bear, the large limbed mooses with the tripping deer, quill darting porcupines and raccoons be castled in the hollow of an aged tree, the skipping squirrel, rabbit, purblind hare, immured in the self-name castle are." Concerning lions I will not say that I ever saw any myself, but some affirm that they have seen a lion at Cape Ann, which is not above 6 leagues from Boston. Some likewise, being lost in woods, have heard such terrible roarings as have made them much aghast, which must either be devils or lions, there being no other creatures which used to roar saving bears, which have not such a terrible kind of roaring. No record of early New England life can fail to take account of the experiences of Thomas Morton, a Royalist who, in 1626, established himself with some 30 boon companions on an estate not far from the Plymouth settlement. The presence of this lively neighbor proved anything but agreeable to the strict and godly residents of Plymouth and of Boston, who were scandalized by the goings on at Merrymount. Here were sports and revellings which were viewed by the Puritans with consternation, and then with righteous indignation. When Morton's little company had increased to a considerable number, for varied, congenial spirits had been added to the group, these stern moralists rose in their wrath, hewed down with axe and sword the lofty Maypole around which their rollicking neighbors had rehearsed the dances and revels of merry England, and banished Morton with his followers from the country. Back in his native land he wrote his New English Canon (1637), turning the shafts of ridicule upon his victorious enemies. While the work in itself is of slight importance, the incident is a diverting one, and gives a humorous glow to the sober hued picture of this sombre Puritan age.
End of Part 2. Chapter 1. Part 3 of Chapter 1 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 1. Early Colonial Literature, 1607 to 1700. Part 3. The New England Clergy. Thomas Hooker, Thomas Shepard, John Cotton, Nathaniel Ward, Roger Williams, John Eliot, the Mathers. Among a people constituted in temper like the Puritans, a people with whom religion was life, and whose life even on its temporal side, was closely identified with religion, it was natural that religious ideas should find constant expression in literature. This we have seen to be true in the historical narratives of Bradford and Winthrop. The Puritan writers are always impressed with the spiritual significance of their conquests in this new canon. Even the most casual accidents of pioneer experience are interpreted as filled with divine purpose. John Winthrop soberly records the fact that in his son's library of 1,000 volumes, one, which contained the Greek Testament, the Psalms, and the Book of Common Prayer, bound up together, was found injured by mice. Every leaf of the Common Prayer was eaten through, not a leaf of the other portions was touched, nor one of the other volumes injured. A marvelous providence this, clear enough in its indications. So Edward Johnson, not an educated man, but a farmer and a ship carpenter who had been active in the founding of Woburn in 1640, wrote his wonder working providence of Zion's Saviour in New England (1654). For the Lord Christ intends to achieve greater matters by this little handful than the world is aware of. The colonists are soldiers under the divine leader. They must not tolerate the existence among them of a single disbeliever. They must take up their arms and march manfully on till all opposers of Christ's kingly power be abolished. Thus spake Puritanism on the side of its austerity and fanaticism. There was in New England one class of men who by natural aptitude and by training were well fitted to be heard from on religious topics. These were the ministers. As the village church or meeting house was the center geographically, morally, and socially of every New England community, so the minister was, usually, the dominating force among his townspeople, maintaining the high dignity of the sacred calling with a manner which commanded a deference amounting to awe. Not only was his authority recognized on the purely religious questions of daily life, not only was his voice reverently heard as he preached for hours from the high pulpit on Sunday, but the New England minister was the natural leader of his flock in every field. He gave counsel in town affairs. He directed the political policy of his people. In cases of disagreement, the minister was usually the mediator and the final court of appeal. The greater part of the New England ministry were educated men of noteworthy gifts. The majority were graduates of the English universities. Many of them had been distinguished for their eloquence and piety before the religious persecution of Charles and his ministers had driven them forth to find religious liberty elsewhere. Three strong thinkers and eloquent preachers are usually mentioned as conspicuous among these early colonial ministers: Thomas Hooker, Thomas Shepard, and John Cotton. All three were graduates of the same college at Cambridge. All were Puritan preachers in England until compelled to flee for their lives because of the hostility of Bishop Land. Hooker had escaped into Holland, and in 1633 followed in the track of those who had crossed the ocean before him. He became the minister at Cambridge. 3 years later he led a colony of 100 families through the wilderness into the beautiful Connecticut Valley and founded the town of Hartford, 1636. Here, until his death in 1647, Hooker wrote and preached and molded the life of his parish. His power in the pulpit is said to have been wonderful. Many of his sermons were published. He wrote numerous treatises on theological and spiritual themes. It is significant of the impression left by Hooker on his contemporaries that an English clergyman affirmed that "to praise the writings of Hooker would be to lay paint upon burnished marble, or add light unto the sun." Rev. Thomas Shepard arrived in America in 1635, succeeding Hooker in Cambridge, where he preached until his death in 1649. Unlike the stalwart Hooker, whose physical strength and bodily energy matched his intellectual stature, Shepard was an invalid. He was, however, a profound scholar and a soul-melting preacher. His writings are not voluminous, but they exercised a strong influence even after his death. His diction is imaginative and forceful, with the rugged force of Puritan vigor. God heweth thee by sermons, sicknesses, losses, and crosses, sudden death, mercies and miseries, yet nothing makes thee better. Death cometh hissing, like a fiery dragon, with the sting of vengeance in the mouth of it. Then shall God surrender up thy forsaken soul into the hands of devils, who, being thy jailers, must keep thee till the great day of account, so that as thy friends are scrambling for thy gods, and worms for thy body, so devils shall scramble for thy soul. On the same ship which brought Thomas Hooker to America came John Cotton, most noted of these three men. For nearly 20 years he had served the parish of St. Botolph's in Boston, in Lincolnshire, and was known far and wide for his aggressive spirituality. In 1633 he discovered that he was no longer safe in his native land. The principal colony on Massachusetts Bay had longed for him. In compliment to him, its members adopted the name of Boston, and John Cotton became the foremost minister in New England. A most universal scholar, a living system of the liberal arts, and a walking library, as his grandson, Cotton Mather, described him. John Cotton wrote many theological treatises, and engaged in bitter controversies. He was a laborious student. Near him, as he studied, stood a sand glass, which would run 4 hours. This glass, thrice turned, was the measure of his day's work. This he called a scholar's day. His writings lack the picturesque imagery of Hooker and Shepherd. His style is lifeless now, but he carried prodigious weight among his contemporaries and was the foremost champion in the theological battles of his age. Among the more noteworthy publications of these scholastic writers was a singular book which appeared in London in 1647. Its author was Nathaniel Ward, a Cambridge graduate and retired minister, who lived at what is now the town of Ipswich in eastern Massachusetts. His work is quaintly addressed under the title of The Simple Cobbler of Agawam in America. Upon the title page, in accordance with 17th century custom, the author explains his purpose at considerable length, as willing to help mend his native country, lamentably tattered both in the upper leather and sole, with all the honest stitches he can take, and as willing never to be paid for his work by Old English wonted pay. It is his trade to patch all the year long, gratis. Therefore I pray, gentlemen, keep your purses. By Theodore Delagarde. This picturesque book, full of pungent wit, directs its satire at what its author deemed the follies and perversions of his day. The allegory of the cobbler is not maintained much beyond the title page. Himself a refugee from religious persecution, he expresses the usual Puritan intolerance of all independent opinion. The state that will give liberty of conscience in matters of religion must give liberty of conscience and conversation in their moral laws, or else the fiddle will be out of tune, and some of the strings crack. Nathaniel Ward's Simple Cobbler voices with characteristic fervor the utterance of Puritan bigotry, but there was in the colony one powerful champion of religious tolerance who constitutes one of its most attractive figures. This was Roger Williams, an independent among the independents. Born in Wales, a university man and a clergyman in the Church of England, he had turned nonconformist, and appeared in Plymouth colony in the usual way. In 1633, 2 years after his arrival at Plymouth, Williams went to Salem to be the minister there. But his teachings were altogether too radical to suit his stern and narrow-minded Puritan brethren. He preached a real liberty of thought and worship, even for Baptists and Quakers.
taught that it was unrighteous to rob the Indian of his land and to treat captives with cruelty, and maintained that the state's authority did not extend over the individual conscience or opinion. Roger Williams was one of those who proclaimed the truth so far in advance of the conceptions held by those about them that they seemed to be living years before their proper time. He was banished from Massachusetts in 1636, and making friends with the Pequot Indians, he planted on Narragansett Bay the settlement of Providence. Williams revisited England several times and was no inconspicuous figure there. He knew Milton and had the friendship of Cromwell. It was on one of these visits that he wrote his first important treatise on soul liberty, The Bloody Tenet of Persecution for Cause of Conscience. This was published at London in 1644, the year in which Milton's Areopagitica, a plea for the freedom of the press, appeared. William's Bloody Tenet was the beginning of a famous literary battle between himself and that belligerent Puritan defender, John Cotton, who, in 1647, published his reply in The Bloody Tenet, washed and made white in the blood of the Lamb. The final rejoinder came from Roger Williams in The Bloody Tenet, yet more bloody, by Mr. Cotton's endeavor to wash it white in the blood of the Lamb. And with this brief summary of the encounter between these two keen-minded, argument-loving minds, their blows delivered in what Williams called a sharp Scripture language, we may well afford to take our leave of Puritan controversy. The attitude of the Englishman toward the native inhabitants of America has long been marked with injustice and dishonor. The precarious situation of the colonists, surrounded by fierce and savage tribes, naturally produced occasion for the display of savage passions on the part of the white man as well as on that of the Indian. The horrors of war and massacre that redden the early annals of colonial history were, no doubt, due in part to the indiscretions and encroachments of the superior race. Someone has said of the Puritan pioneers that "first they fell upon their knees, and then they fell on the aborigines." As we have seen, Roger Williams declared boldly for a different policy, and his own methods with the savage peoples were well illustrated in the comparative peace and prosperity of his settlement in Rhode Island. Another peacemaker is discovered in the gentle personality of John Eliot, the "apostle to the Indians," who came to Boston in 1631 and devoted his life to the conversion of the children of the forest, whom he regarded as descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. He studied their native tongue, preached to them, converted many, and organized his converts in little churches of their own. He wrote several books of minor importance, but he is to be remembered as a translator of the entire Bible into the Algonquin tongue. It was a tremendous task and a remarkable achievement. He published the New Testament in 1661 and the Old Testament in 1663. It was the first Bible in any language printed in British America. This translation of the Scriptures into the vernacular of a people who had no written language, done largely by candlelight after days devoted to exacting work in his Roxbury parish, is a most remarkable monument to Apostle Eliot's laborious industry and his missionary zeal. The scholarly attainments of colonial Puritanism have been amply shown by this record of the New England ministry in the literature of the time. The history of a single family furnishes our most conspicuous and most curiously interesting illustration of scholastic eminence and its position in popular regard. Through three generations the Mathers, in grandfather, son, and grandson, appear as brilliant intellectual leaders of the Massachusetts clergy. The first of the dynasty, Richard Mather, an Oxford graduate, who arrived in Boston in 1635, was one of that conscientious Puritan brotherhood that of necessity sought a refuge and a field for spiritual conquest in the New World.
He became the minister at Dorchester. "My brother Mather is a mighty man," Thomas Hooker said of him. Although he was a prolific writer, it is sufficient here to recall the fact that Richard Mather's name was the one appended to the preface of the old Bay Psalm book. Four of Richard Mather's six sons became ministers. It was, however, through Increase Mather that the chief inheritance of scholarly gifts was transmitted. The father's eloquence was more than equalled by the son's. His Puritan zeal, his love of learning, his industry in the production of pamphlets and books, brought the name of Increase Mather into greater prominence than Richard Mather's vigorous quill had done. For 59 years he served as minister of the North Church in Boston. He added some 90 titles to the list of Colonial publications, the majority representing discourses prepared for his congregation. Perhaps the only one of his books sufficiently vitalized by human interest to be noted today is An Essay for the Recording of Illustrious Providences (1684), in which the piety, pedantry, and superstition characteristic of the religious scholar in that age are curiously mingled. This collection of strange visitations and marvelous deliverances was designed for the pious entertainment and spiritual comfort of its readers. It is one of the most interesting of these early American classics, and like so many of the works previously cited, affords a vivid glimpse into the Puritan mind. For 16 years Increase Mather served as president of Harvard College. The clerical succession of this remarkable family was continued in the third generation by the most illustrious representative of the line. Under this stone lies Richard Mather, who had a son greater than his father, and eke a grandson greater than either. Thus ran a quasi epitaph composed after the death of Cotton Mather, with intent to honor his achievements. Nor was this paternal relationship the only source of hereditary influence. The famous John Cotton, contemporary of Hooker and Shepherd, was his grandfather on his mother's side. It was in memory of that stalwart champion that Cotton Mather received his baptismal name. All the accumulated piety and learning of his distinguished ancestry seemed to reside in this extraordinary man. His intellectuality was abnormal. He has been not inappropriately termed the literary behemoth of New England. He had read Homer at 10 years of age, and at 11 was admitted to Harvard College. He took his first degree at 15. At 17 he began to preach, and soon afterward became associate with his father in the pastorate of the North Church in Boston, a connection which lasted for 40 years. In his religious life he became abnormal also. At times he lay for hours on the floor of his study in spiritual agony. He fortified himself for the conflict with error by fasts and vigils. His speech was full of pious ejaculations. When he saw a tall man, he prayed, "Lord, give that man high attainments in Christianity. Let him fear God above many." And each trivial act was the source of some devout meditation. Unhappily, Cotton Mather is most often remembered as a leader in the pitiful persecution of the unfortunate people accused of witchcraft at Salem in the last decade of the century. His Memorable Providences relating to Witchcrafts (1691) and Wonders of the Invisible World (1693) contain curious records and much interesting matter relative to satanic possession, ideas which were firmly believed at the time, not only in New England, but very generally throughout Europe also. The most remarkable thing about Cotton Mather's literary career is the number of his writings. 400 or more titles are included in the catalogue of his works. Many of them are fantastic treatises, grotesquely named, representing the vagaries of Puritan thought. Many are sermons delivered on special occasions. 3 or 4 are interesting little books. One, familiarly known under the title Essays to Do Good, was cordially praised by Benjamin Franklin. who declared to the son of the writer that as a youth he had derived great benefit and inspiration from the book. But the great work, the magnum opus of Cotton Mather's prolific industry, was the famous Magnalia Christi Americana, or Ecclesiastical History of New England, from its first planting in the year 1620 unto the year of our Lord 1698. Something over 1,000 pages of closely printed matter is included in the 7 parts or volumes of this monumental work. The planting of New England and its growth, the lives of its governors and its famous divines, a history of Harvard College, the organization of the churches, a faithful record of many wonderful providences, and an account of the wars of the Lord, being a history of the manifold afflictions and disturbances of the churches in New England. Such is the scope of the Magnalia Christi Americana, or the great acts of Christ in America. It begins like an epic. I write the wonders of the Christian religion, flying from the deprivations of Europe to the American strand, and, assisted by the holy author of that religion, I do, with all conscience, of truth, required therein by him, who is the truth itself, report this wonderful displays of this infinite power, wisdom, goodness, and faithfulness, where with his divine providence hath irradiated an Indian wilderness. The style is pedantic and artificial, but the spirit of the writer is perfectly sincere. Now and then the narrative grows simple and strong. There is a frequent use of Old Testament phraseology, which indicates a clear perception of its poetical value. Such, for example, is the account of Hannah Duston's thrilling experiences among the Indians at Haverhill in 1697. This is the story of the woman's daring escape from captivity. She heartened the nurse and the youth to assist her in this enterprise, and all furnishing themselves with hatchets for the purpose, they struck such home blows upon the heads of their sleeping oppressors, that or they could any of them struggle into any effectual resistance, at their feet they bowed, they fell; where they bowed, there they fell down dead. The Magnalia, completed in December 1697, was published at London in 1702. It stands fitly enough as the last important literary effort of 17th century Colonial Puritanism. Already there were indications of a change in the current of New England religious life. The old extreme Puritan doctrines were in a decline, and Mather's huge volume was a final utterance in defense of the Fathers' faith. Not only had there come a change in the form of thought, in the style of literary expression the change was as notable. English writers no longer followed the models of the later Elizabethan essayists. Their fantastic phraseology had been displaced by the direct and forceful diction of Bunyan and Dryden. The easy, natural style of Addison, Steele, and Swift was giving a new charm to English prose. Cotton Mather lived throughout the first quarter of the 18th century, but in all essential respects, in personality and in utterance, he belongs wholly to the 17th. The consummate product of the old Puritan theology, he stands as the last important representative of the type in American literature.
End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 4 of Chapter 1 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Part 4. Puritan Poetry in New England. Bay Psalm Book. Anne Bradstreet. Michael Wigglesworth. The Puritans were not susceptible to the charms of poetry. The strenuous life of the pioneer left little time for cultivating any of the arts, and the spirit of New England was too serious and too stern to permit indulgences in what was merely pleasant or beautiful. Even after the first critical years of danger and struggle were past, the intellectual life of the people was bounded by the narrow limits of religious discussion and theological debate. That the Puritan was not without imagination, however, is abundantly proved by the forceful figures and impassioned rhetoric of the prose writers whom we have been considering. Moreover, some of these same men did occasionally slip into rhyme. William Wood has been quoted. Even John Cotton was the author of verses, halting and rough hewn, and full of the queer conceits which were common at the time. It is significant that this pious man wrote much of his verse in the pages of the Household Almanac, where it remained hidden from the public eye, and sometimes he disguised its metrical character by inscribing it in Greek. Much ingenuity was expended upon epitaphs and obituary tributes, so solemn a theme as that of death justifying poetical expression. If there were any opportunity to play upon the name of the deceased, the opportunity was gracefully seized. When the Rev. Samuel Stone, the successor of Thomas Hooker at Hartford, died in 1663, his colleagues vied with one another in their fervid appreciations of his virtues. He was compared to the stone which Jacob set up and called Ebenezer, and also to the stone with which David slew Goliath. He was termed whetstone that edified the obtusest mind, lodestone that drew the iron heart unkind. And this within the compass of a single epitaph. One quotation will serve to show the skill with which these versifiers were sometimes able to conquer the difficulties of rhyme. Here lies the darling of his time. Mitchell expired in his prime, was 4 years short of 47, was found full ripe, and plucked for heaven. If poetry be rare among our forefathers, it is nevertheless true that the first English book printed in America passed for poetry with them, and for poetry of an edifying and noble type. The whole book of Psalms, commonly known as the Bay Psalm Book, was printed on the New Press at Cambridge in 1640. This work, designed to provide a metrical version of the Psalms of David, to be used in the churches, contains the joint efforts of 3 New England ministers, the chief divines in the country, Richard Mather of Dorchester, Thomas Weld, and John Eliot of Roxbury. The preface, written by Mather, declares that "it hath been one part of our religious care and faithful endeavour to keep close to the original text. If, therefore, the verses are not always so smooth and elegant as some may desire or expect, let them consider that God's altar needs not our polishings, for we have respected rather a plain translation than to smooth our verses with the sweetness of any paraphrase, and so have attended conscience rather than elegance, fidelity rather than poetry." In illustration of the art displayed by these divines in their paraphrase, historians have invariably cited some of the most atrocious of the compositions. This seems hardly fair. The following examples are sufficient to show the average result of the sad mechanic exercise of these godly men. "I in the Lord do trust. How then to my soul do ye say, as doth a little bird unto your mountain fly away? For lo the wicked bend their bow, their arrows they prepare on string to shoot in dark at them in heart that upright are." From paraphrase of Psalm 11. Praise ye the Lord, praise God in a place of holiness. O praise him in the firmament of his great mightiness. O praise him for his acts that be magnificent. And praise ye him according to his greatness excellent. With trumpet praise ye him that gives a sound so high. And do ye praise him with the harp and sounding psalteries. Psalm c. 1. The student may be sure that he will find many worse compositions in this collection. It is doubtful if he will find smoother. And yet the Bay Psalm Book served its sacred purpose in the New England churches for more than a century. It was even used to some extent by Puritan worshippers in England and Scotland until after 1750. At the Old South Church in Boston, the Bay Psalm book, although it has been revised, was not displayed until 1786. From the midst of the crude and sombre compositions of Puritan verse makers, there arose one writer for whom in some measure the poetical gift may be claimed. This was Anne Bradstreet. In 1650 the first volume of her poems was published in London. Upon the title page of this volume the author was rather extravagantly introduced as the 10th Muse lately sprung up in America. Anne Bradstreet, a really gifted woman, was the daughter of Thomas Dudley, a Puritan soldier and scholar, who had been described as a typical narrow-minded, straight-laced Calvinist, for whom it is so much easier to entertain respect than affection. Nevertheless, Anne Dudley was reared in comfort and enjoyed especially the dear delight of books. She was married at 16 to Simon Bradstreet, a Puritan gentleman who afterward became a leader in colonial affairs and a governor of Massachusetts. In 1630 the entire family joined the company of immigrants to America, Thomas Dudley holding the position of deputy governor under Winthrop. The Bradstreets settled near the present town of Andover, not far from the beautiful Merrimack. For this young wife, accustomed to an atmosphere of comfort and refinement, the experiences of pioneer life must have been trying in the extreme. Yet, in the wilderness, amid its threatening perils, superintending the work which falls to the mistress of a farm, rearing and educating her 8 children, Mrs. Bradstreet found comfort in literary occupation, and both time and spirit to write. The quality of her mind is shown in her prose, but it was as a poet that she found fame. In her verse she is influenced by the work of such of the English poets as would naturally have impressed her, the devotional poems of John Donne, of Francis Quarles, author of the Divine Emblems, of the Puritan poet George Wither, and the deeply spiritual poetry of the saintly George Herbert. The verse of these minor English poets, who flourished in the time of James and Charles I, the period of Anne Bradstreet's girlhood and early womanhood, was characterized by an unusual and fantastic style of thought and diction. These men are sometimes called the metaphysical poets, because of this artificial quality and on account of their grotesque conceits. The crude rhymes of the Colonial epitaphs already quoted, with their incongruous puns, are rather extreme examples of this fantastic style. The work of the 10th Muse shows the influence of this taste for a strained and laborious ingenuity of expression. Her longer works are didactic, so filled with the eager purpose to instruct and edify that the natural Puritan scruples regarding a woman's practice of the literary art were in large degree forgotten. The 4 elements and the 4 seasons are in the form of dialogue, wherein the speakers individually maintain their claims to preeminence. These poems are mechanical and heavy compositions, but show a facility of phrase and rhythm quite new to the readers of colonial verse. The 4 Monarchies, her most ambitious poem, is a rhyming chronicle based upon Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World. When Anne Bradstreet's poems were published in 1650, they were received with extravagant praise in America, and following her death not a few of her admirers essayed to express their appreciation in flattering verse. John Rogers, who, before his death, became president of Harvard College, paid his tribute to the genius of Anne Bradstreet in quite exalted utterance. One stanza of his composition may be quoted in testimony to the effect produced in contemporary minds of literary taste by this gifted woman's work. Twice have I drunk the nectar of your lines, which highly sublimed my mean-born fantasy. Flushed with these streams of your Moronian wines, above myself rapt to an ecstasy, methought I was upon Mount Hybla's top, there where I might those fragrant flowers lop, whence did sweet odors flow and honey spangles drop. Let us now read a few stanzas written by Anne Bradstreet herself, taken from her best known and most attractive poem, Contemplations. It was written late in her life, at her home in Andover, and is properly described as "a genuine expression of poetic feeling in the presence of nature." I heard the merry grasshopper then sing, the black clad cricket bear a second part; they kept one tune and played on the same string, seeming to glory in their little art. Shall creatures object thus their voices raise, and in their kind resound their Maker's praise, while I, as mute, can warble forth no higher lays? Under the cooling shadow of a stately elm, Close sate I by a goodly river's side, Where gliding streams the rocks did overwhelm, A lonely place with pleasures dignified. I once that loved the shady woods so well, Now thought the rivers did the trees excel, And if the sun would ever shine, there would I dwell. While musing thus, with contemplation fed, And thousand fancies buzzing in my brain, The sweet tongued Philomel perched o'er my head, And chanted forth a most melodious strain, Which rapt me so with wonder and delight, I judged my hearing better than my sight, And wished me wings with her awhile to take my flight. A few months before Anne Bradstreet's death, she composed the following lines, which illustrate the aspirations of Puritanism in their noblest form: As weary pilgrim now at rest Hugs with delight his silent nest, His wasted limbs now lie full soft That miry steps have trodden oft, Pleases him to think upon His dangers past and travails done. As pilgrim I in earth perplexed, With sins, with cares and sorrows vexed, By age and pains brought to decay, And my clay house mouldering away, Oh, how I long to be at rest, And soar on high among the blest. While Mrs. Bradstreet's verse, at its best, exhibits the highest poetical accomplishment of 17th century Puritanism in New England, there was one other Puritan versifier whose inspiration appealed yet more strongly to contemporary minds. This most popular of early American poets was Rev. Michael Wigglesworth, minister at Malden, Massachusetts, author of a tremendous and dismal epic, surcharged with the extreme Calvinism of the time. This masterpiece of Puritan theological belief is entitled The Day of Doom. It was published in 1662, and for 100 years remained, as Lowell expresses it, the solace of every fireside in the northern colonies. This long and desolate composition is an imaginative account of the Last Judgment. The voice of the trumpet is heard summoning the living and the dead before the dreadful bar. Some hide themselves in caves and dells and places underground. Some rashly leap into the deep to 'scape by being drowned. Some to the rocks, oh senseless blocks, and woody mountains run, That there they might this fearful sight and dreaded presence shun. In this jingling ballad measure, so strangely inappropriate to his solemn theme, the reverend author pursues his gloomy way. It is not well to linger over this grotesque presentation of medieval art and logic. Yet it is through these crude expressions of the early literature that we are brought in closest touch with some phases of the Puritan mind. First we are given the appeals of the condemned. The children argue with reference to Adam's fall. Not we, but he ate of the tree, whose fruit was interdicted, yet on us all of his sad fall the punishments inflicted. How could we sin that had not been, or how is his sin without consent, which to prevent we never had a power? The reply is heard that Adam stood not for himself alone, but for all mankind, that had he done well instead of ill, all would have shared in his benefits, nor would they have then protested that they deserved not to share therein, on the ground now urged. The inexorable judge does, however,
yield a point in mercy to the children and infants. Yet to compare your sin with their who lived a long time, I do confess yours in much less, though every sin's a crime. A crime it is therefore in bliss you may not hope to dwell, but unto you I shall allow the easiest room in hell. The glorious King thus answering, they cease and plead no longer, their consciences must needs confess his reasons are the stronger. Much of Wigglesworth's vision is too lurid to be described here. Such raw strength as he applied in painting the details of his fiery picture but intensifies the horror of it and increases our wonder that such conceptions could have prevailed. It is interesting to remember that at the very time when the Malden minister was writing his Day of Doom, John Milton was engaged upon the real epic of Puritan faith, one of the masterpieces of all literature. Paradise Lost was published in 1667. It was but a decade thereafter that John Bunyan completed his beautiful religious allegory, Pilgrim's Progress. But the Puritanism of New England, its narrowness and hardness, no doubt intensified by the isolation and, perhaps, the depression incident to life in a comparatively rude and struggling colony, was represented by the zealot Michael Wigglesworth with his sing-song verse, and the stern ascetic Cotton Mather with his laborious and often fantastic prose. It was eminently fitting that when Wigglesworth died in 1705, the author of the Magnalia should have preached his funeral sermon. The two stand appropriately together. They taught the same doctrine, and in their two great representative works they exhibit the literary attainment of colonial America in the 17th century. The following books will be found especially helpful for reference and for supplementary reading: John Fiske's Old Virginia and Her Neighbors, Beginnings of New England; George P. Fisher's The Colonial Era, American History Series; R. G. Thwaites' The Colonies, Epochs of American History. The one authoritative work on early American literature is Moses Coit Tyler's monumental History of American Literature during the Colonial Time, 2 volumes. For teachers and advanced students of the subject, Professor Tyler's books are invaluable. In Stedman and Hutchinson's Library of American Literature are to be found extended selections from the works of all these early writers. This excellent library should be in every school, and in constant use for illustration during the course. The series of Old South leaflets, published by the Old South Historical Society, Boston, Massachusetts, contains reprints of various papers of interest, notably A Description of New England by John Smith, No. 121; Manners and Customs of the Indians, from the New England Canon, by Thomas Morton, No. 87; The Lives of Bradford and Winthrop, by Cotton Mather, No. 77; Bradford's Memoir of Brewster, No. 48; Roger Williams' Letters to Winthrop, No. 54; Bradford's History of the Plymouth Plantation, with a report of the proceedings incident to the return of the manuscript to Massachusetts, was printed and published by the State at Boston in 1901. The Lives and Times of Francis Higginson and Bradstreet and Cotton Mather have been presented in recent interesting biographies: The Scarlet Letter by Hawthorne, F. J. Stimpson's King Noaunt, Mary Johnston's To Have and to Hold, with other standard works of fiction dealing with this colonial period, may be read with great advantage also. End of Part 4. Chapter 1. Part 1 of Chapter 2 of A Student's History of American Literature, by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 2. The 18th Century. Part 1. The First Half of the Century. The Personal Touch. Samuel Sewall, Mrs. Knight, Ebenezer Cook, William Byrd, Jonathan Edwards. In the study of literature there is nothing more gratifying than the discovery of an author who has unconsciously put himself visibly into his book. Two or three American writers wrote thus amiably at this period of our colonial history, and their works form an interesting and welcome group. The most prominent of these was Judge Samuel Sewall, who arrived in America in 1661 and settled at Newbury. He was a conspicuous man in the Massachusetts colony and became the Chief Justice of Massachusetts. Like his friend, Cotton Mather, he was involved in the witchcraft delusion and was one of the judges who condemned the victims to death. His repentance, his dramatic confession of error, and his annual fast are familiar tradition. It should be remembered also that in a little book, The Selling of Joseph (1700), Judge Sewall wrote the first published argument against slavery. From 1673 to 1729 Samuel Sewall kept a diary, and thereby left, for generations of readers to come, one of the most frank and unconventional records of the time. The publication of this journal shows that it is worthy of a place with that of Samuel Pepys (pronounced Pepys) of London, whose celebrated diary covers the decade of 1659 69. The social life of colonial New England is most happily illustrated in Sewall's memoranda, and the stiff stateliness of the stern old Puritan type loses at least its solemnity when we read the judge's record of his unavailing suit for the hand of Madam Winthrop. October 6, 1720. A little after 6 p.m. I went to Madam Winthrop's. She was not within. I gave Sarah Chickering, the maid, 2d. Juno, who brought in wood, 1d. Afterward the nurse came in. I gave her 18d, having no other small bill. After a while Dr. Noyes came in with his mother, Mrs. Winthrop, and after his wife came in, they sat talking, I think, till 8 o'clock. I said I feared I might be some interruption to their business. Dr. Noyes replied pleasantly. He feared they might be an interruption to me, and went away. Madam seemed to harp upon the same string. She had previously declared that she could not break up her present home. Must take care of her children. Could not leave that house and neighborhood where she had dwelt so long. I told her she might do her children as much or more good by bestowing what she laid out in housekeeping upon them. Said her son would be of age the 7th of August. I said it might be inconvenient for her to dwell with her daughter-in-law, who must be mistress of the house. I gave her a piece of Mr. Belcher's cake and gingerbread wrapped up in a clean sheet of paper. Told her of her father's kindness to me when treasurer and I constable. My daughter Judith was gone from me, and I was more lonesome. Might help to forward one another in our journey to Canaan. Mr. Eyre came within the door. I saluted him, asked how Mr. Clark did, and he went away. I took leave about 9 o'clock. The judge's suit did not prosper. October 21, Friday. My son, the minister, came to me p.m. by appointment, and we prayed for one another in the old chamber, more especially respecting my courtship. About 6 o'clock I go to Madam Winthrop's. Sarah told me her mistress was gone out, but did not tell me whither she went. She presently ordered me a fire, so I went in, having Dr. Sibb's Bowels with me to read. I read the first two sermons. Still nobody came in. At last, about 9 o'clock, Mr. John Eyre came in. I took the opportunity to say to him, as I had done to Mrs. Noyes before, that I hoped my visiting his mother would not be disagreeable to him. He answered me with much respect. When 'twas after 9 o'clock, he of himself
said he would go and call her. She was but at one of his brother's. A while after I heard Madam Winthrop's voice inquiring something about John. After a good while and clapping the garden door twice or thrice, she came in. I mentioned something of the lateness. She bantered me, and said I was later. She received me courteously. I asked when our proceedings should be made public. She said they were like to be no more public than they were already. Offered me no wine that I remember. I rose up at 11 o'clock to come away, saying I would put on my coat. She offered not to help me. I prayed her that Juno might light me home, also opened the shutter, and said 'twas pretty light abroad. Juno was weary and gone to bed. So I came home by starlight as well as I could. At my first coming in, I gave Sarah 5 shillings. I writ Mr. Eyre his name in his book, with the date October 21st, 1720. It cost me 8d. Jehovah Jireh. Among the most interesting personal narratives of this period is the journal of Sarah K. Knight, which contains a lively account of a journey from Boston to New York made by this adventurous lady in 1704. Madam Knight was 38 years of age, a native of Boston. She made the trip on horseback and was 5 days on the way between Boston and New Haven. The distance between New Haven and New York occupied 2 days. The story is eloquent of the inconvenience and peril to which colonial travellers were subject, but the charm of the narrative is due to the vivacious personality of its author and to her abounding sense of humour, which broadly illuminates the oddities of human nature encountered in the wilderness. To the student, as to the general reader, these bright and lively narratives of actual life are far more attractive than essays in more formal history. In their power to revive the past they are far superior. The South as well as the North is represented thus in the same period. Born on a beautiful estate at Westover, Virginia, William Byrd became one of the most prominent and useful of those who served that colony at the beginning of the 18th century. He was also its wittiest writer, if not its most accomplished scholar. His education he received in England, as was customary with the youth of the South, and he was admitted to the English bar. After further travel in Europe, he returned to Virginia. He filled various official positions and became famed as the master of Westover, where he maintained a princely hospitality. In 1729 his duties assigned him to an expedition which fixed the boundary between Virginia and North Carolina, and a narrative of this expedition Byrd wrote in the form of a journal. It was not until 1841, however, that the Westover manuscripts were published. The history of the dividing line, as its author called it, is a picturesque and racy account of an interesting experience. It was a laborious task, this of running the line of division from a point on the coast 600 miles westward through a country wild and almost unknown, and which traversed the Great Dismal Swamp. In the gayest of spirits, the journal records the daily experiences of the expedition, vivaciously describing the locality, with its denizens both wild and tame. An historical sketch of Virginia is included in the narrative, wherein Byrd humorously sets off the shortcomings of the first colonists. About 100 men, most of them reprobates of good families. Another journal, entitled A Progress to the Mines, contains the account of a trip taken in 1733. There was no lack of historical writings in the colonies during this period of their growth. A young Virginian, Robert Beverley, studying in London, was shown the text of a work upon the British Empire in America, and was so disturbed by its inaccuracies that he himself prepared a history of Virginia, which was honest and readable. Beverley's history was published in London in 1705, and, again, enlarged and revised in 1722. Rev. William Stitt (1689 to 1755), president of William and Mary College, published in 1747 his first part of the history of the first discovery and settlement of Virginia, bringing his narrative down only to 1624. He never carried the work further. It is based directly upon "the excellent but confused materials" of Captain John Smith, of whom Stith adds loyally, "I take him to have been a very honest man and a strenuous lover of truth." One other book dealing with the picturesque aspect of Southern life at this time is worthy of notice. It was one entitled "The Saltweed Factor; or, a Voyage to Maryland," published at London in 1708. The name of its author, Ebenezer Cook, appears on the title page, but of him we know nothing. He may have been an American. He may have been merely an English visitor to our shores. However, his work is a lively contribution to the literature of the period, and presents in rough and ready rhyme a coarse but realistic satire of the writer's adventures among the tobacco agents, the saltweed factors of Maryland. He asserts his purpose to describe the laws, governments, courts, and constitutions of the country, and also the buildings, feasts, frolics, entertainments, and drunken humours of the inhabitants. His style may be inferred from these opening lines: "Condemned by fate to wayward curse Of friends, unkind and empty purse, Plagues worse than filled Pandora's box, I took my leave of Albion's rocks, With heavy heart concerned that I Was forced my native soil to fly, And the old world must bid good bye. Freighted with fools, from Plymouth Sound To Maryland our ship was bound." Returning to New England, we find once more the intellectual leader of his age among the ministers. Jonathan Edwards was not only a great scholar and one of the most noted theologians of the century in which he lived, but one of the most brilliant logicians that our country has ever produced. And in the literature of philosophical study he is still a commanding figure. Edwards was born in Connecticut, and was graduated from Yale College at 17. After a brief connection with that institution as a tutor, he became pastor of the church in Northampton, Massachusetts, where he remained until 1750, when he resigned his charge and engaged in missionary work among the Indians in the western part of the colony. In 1758 he was called to the presidency of Princeton College, and died within a few weeks after his installation. In the records of Edward's precocious childhood, in the breadth of his interests, and in the scope and energy of his scholastic labors, there is much that recalls the phenomenal career of Cotton Mather, but there was no real resemblance in the men. Mather was ponderous, Edwards was profound. When a boy of 12, Jonathan Edwards was an acute observer of nature, and wrote for a naturalist in England an account of his observations on spiders. This interest in natural science he maintained in mature years. He advanced a theory of atoms. He demonstrated that the fixed stars are suns. He made interesting studies on the growth of trees and on the formation of river channels. He studied the principles of sound, the cause of colors, and the tendencies of winds, and anticipated Franklin's discovery of the nature of the lightning. Edwards' sermons have acquired a fame, not altogether desirable, perhaps, but almost unique in the recognition of their power. His most noted sermon, preached at Enfield, Massachusetts, in 1741, on the theme "Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God," was so terrifying in its immediate effect that the people bowed in agony, and the noise of their weeping and their cries obliged him to call for silence that he might be heard. Edwards became recognized as a defender of Calvinism at a time when strong opposition was developing against it. He was one of the conspicuous leaders in the great revival movement in the forties, known as the Great Awakening, the religious movement in which the famed English preacher George Whitefield was a prominent figure. It is, however, as the author of an extraordinary book entitled An Inquiry into the Freedom of the Will that Jonathan Edwards holds his position in American letters. This work is a defense of the Calvinistic doctrines of foreordination, original sin, and eternal punishment. It is a masterpiece of philosophical reasoning, and although in the broadening of men's minds the old theological ideas have been greatly modified, the Freedom of the Will is still recognized as a profound work, and has a definite place in the literature of theological discussion. It has been called the one large contribution which America has made to the deeper philosophic thought of the world. Jonathan Edwards was intensely spiritual, an intellectual saint. The presence of an inner light glows in his refined and delicate features. A deep poetical temperament underlies his spiritual thought. His imagination revels in beautiful figures. Holiness makes "the soul like a field or garden of God, with all manner of pleasant flowers, enjoying a sweet calm and the gently vivifying beams of the sun. The soul of a true Christian appears like such a little white flower as we see in the spring of the year, low and humble on the ground, opening its bosom to receive the pleasant beams of the sun's glory, rejoicing, as it were, in a calm rapture, diffusing around a sweet fragrancy, standing peacefully and lovingly in the midst of other flowers round about, all in like manner opening their bosoms to drink in the light of the sun, so that when we are delighted with flowers, meadows, and gentle breezes of wind, we may consider that we see only the emanation of the sweet benevolence of Jesus Christ. When we behold the fragrant rose and lily, we see His love and purity. So the green trees and fields and singing of birds are the emanation of His infinite joy and benignity. The easiness and naturalness of trees and vines are shadows of His beauty and loveliness. The crystal rivers and murmuring streams are the footsteps of His favor, grace, and beauty. When we behold the light and brightness of the sun, the golden edges of an evening cloud, or the beauteous bough, we behold the adumbrations of His glory and goodness, and in the blue sky of His mildness and gentleness. There are also many things wherein we may behold His awful majesty. In the sun, in His strength, in comets, in thunder, in the hovering thunder cloud, in rugged rocks, and the brows of mountains. That beauteous light with which the world is filled in a clear day is a lively shadow of His spotless holiness and happiness and delight in communicating Himself." Unquote. End of part 1 of chapter 2.
Part 2, Chapter 2 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 2, Part 2. Benjamin Franklin, 1706 to 1790. Next to Washington, the most conspicuous and widely useful of Americans throughout the 18th century was Benjamin Franklin. He was perhaps the most typical American of his time. Certainly he was the most versatile man of affairs, and the most picturesque in personality, of all that distinguished group who helped to guide the nation in that troubled age. Through the second quarter of the century he lived the quiet life of a thrifty, sagacious man of business,
at the same time taking a practical interest in matters of public moment and presenting the most original model of good citizenship that can be found. His contribution to American literature, the larger portion of which belongs to this earlier period of his career, is not great, but it is noteworthy. Benjamin Franklin was born in Boston in 1706, of typical Puritan stock. His father, Josiah Franklin, who had come from England in 1685, was a soap boiler and candle maker. At the sign of the Blue Ball, near the South Meeting House, he had his little shop where he sold his soap and candles. Benjamin was the 15th in a family of 17 children, and while the opportunities for formal education were not promising, Josiah Franklin, a man of sound understanding, was ingenious in providing means to improve the minds of his children. At table he discussed useful topics for their benefit. Benjamin he designed for the ministry, and at 8 years of age he sent him to school. Within the year, however, he was compelled to withdraw his boy from the school, and soon after set him to work in the shop, cutting wicks for the candles, filling the molds, and running errands. This work proved distasteful, and after some efforts to find a trade that the boy would like, Ben was apprenticed to his brother James, who owned a printing business. It was a fortunate choice, and here for a time he throve. From his earliest childhood Franklin had a passion for books. So soon as he could read, he had waded through the small library, a musty collection of treatises on divinity, which he found on his father's shelves. With his first spending money he bought the works of John Bunyan in separate little volumes, and these he later sold in order to buy Richard Burton's historical collections, small and cheap, in 40 volumes. Among his father's books he discovered a copy of Plutarch's Lives, which he read abundantly, a volume of Defoe, an essay on projects, and that little work by Cotton Mather known as Essays to Do Good. Franklin afterward recalled as having given a turn to his thinking which directly influenced him in the principal events of his later life. He now obtained other books, and by chance secured an odd volume of the Spectator. This became not only a source of delight, but, by an ingenious system of his own devising, it also became a means of instruction in the art of expression, and in no small degree helped him to acquire a sound literary style. In 1721 James Franklin, the brother to whom Benjamin had been apprenticed, began to publish a newspaper, the New England Courant, one of the first in the colonies. To this paper articles were sometimes contributed by acquaintances who were interested in the project. It was not long before the printer's apprentice got the idea that he, too, could write readable articles, but suspecting that if he were known to be their author, his brother would refuse to print his pieces, Ben wrote the papers in a disguised hand and slipped them under the door of the printing office at night. When these articles were read, the boy had the pleasure of hearing them approved by gentlemen who visited the office, and guesses made as to their authorship. Once, when James Franklin was arrested on account of some indiscreet utterance regarding public affairs in his newspaper, and compelled to undergo brief imprisonment, the conduct of the paper was turned over to Benjamin, who managed it alone, and with success. However, the brothers did not get along well together. There were differences and disputes, and in 1723, when 17, Ben ran away. To raise a little money he sold his books, slipped secretly aboard a sloop, and after 3 days' sail found himself in New York. He was without acquaintance, recommendations, or resources other than the knowledge of his trade, his shrewd, practical sense, and the sturdy self-reliance developed by his experience in the past. Franklin did not secure employment in New York, but, hearing that printers were needed in Philadelphia, he proceeded to that city. The familiar sketch of Franklin as an awkward youth trudging along Market Street, a large roll under each arm and hungrily devouring a third, dates from this period. He describes the scene himself, and says that a Miss Reed, his future wife, who was standing in her father's doorway, saw him pass in this guise, and commented on the uncouth appearance. In Philadelphia, Franklin soon found work at one of the two printing shops then established in the town, and before long received some flattering notice from the governor of the colony, Sir William Keith. This gentleman proposed that Franklin set up business for himself, promising him the government printing, and suggesting that he go to England to secure equipment for the office on the governor's endorsement. Highly elated, Franklin set out on his errand, but only to find that he had been grossly deceived. His supposed patron was discovered to be without credit or other means to fulfill his promise of assistance, and thus again thrown on his own resources, this time in the city of London, the young American settled down to work at his trade. 18 months Franklin now spent in London, accumulating experience, some of which he afterward deplored, and all the while establishing himself in habits of study, industry, and thrift. He returned to Pennsylvania in 1726, as yet but 20 years of age and not inadequately prepared for a picturesque and important career. The story of Franklin's life as a citizen of Philadelphia is a record of successful enterprise and practical philanthropy. Again engaged in printing, he developed a profitable business, and in 1729 purchased a newspaper, the Pennsylvania Gazette, recently established by a business rival. Just previous to this transaction, Franklin had written a series of humorous and satirical sketches, which he called the Busybody Papers. These appeared in the issues of another Philadelphia paper which preceded the Gazette. Soon after his return from England, Franklin organized an association, which he called the Junto. It was composed of a few earnest young men of serious purpose and literary tastes, who met regularly to discuss important themes, debate public questions, and in a general way to seek means of self-improvement. Out of this society grew several interesting developments. In time similar clubs were organized, each presided over by one of the original members of the Junto, the existence of which was to some extent a secret. The usefulness of the institution was thus extended, and at the same time a means of influence was established, which under the shrewd management of its founder materially helped Franklin in the furtherance of his ideas. While his private interests prospered as a result of his shrewd practical policy, Franklin's activity was by no means restricted to these. The same principles of industry, thrift, and common sense he applied, as opportunity offered, in matters affecting the comfort and common good of all. It was at his instance that the first organized system of police protection displaced the old method of the city watch. He organized the first volunteer fire department, and by his efforts the service of a state militia was inaugurated. At his suggestion the members of the Junto joined in buying books for their use in common, and established a library which was the beginning of the circulating library system in America. In 1744 Franklin organized the Philosophical Society of Philadelphia, and 5 years later succeeded, after considerable effort, in founding an academy for the education of the youth of the state. Out of this academy grew the University of Pennsylvania. Many minor improvements in municipal methods also came through his suggestion and persistent advocacy. Thus the Philadelphia markets were paved, and then all the city streets, and provision was made for keeping them clean. The invention of an open stove, still used and known as the Franklin stove, he gave freely to the public, refusing to accept a patent thereof when one was offered him by the governor. Such a record speaks eloquently not only of Franklin's sagacity, but also of his genuine benevolence. Although it was his policy to keep his own personality in the background, it is no wonder that his services were recognized, and that he was now regarded as the leading citizen in Philadelphia. He was able to retire from active business in 1748, and was henceforward wholly employed in matters of public welfare. Since 1737 he had been postmaster of Philadelphia. In 1750 he was elected a member of the General Assembly. We have already noted the modest beginnings of Franklin's literary work in the contributions made anonymously, while an apprentice, to his brother's paper in Boston. These articles, signed with the pen name Silence Dogood, inspired by Cotton Mather's essays to do good, and formed on the style of Addison, were merely experimental. The Busybody papers contributed to the Philadelphia Mercury in 1728 29 are not notable except for their well developed sense of humor. But in 1732 Franklin published the first issue of his famous almanac, which for a quarter of a century appeared annually, exercising no small influence on habits and morals throughout the colonies. To appreciate the popularity of Franklin's Annual, it is necessary to recall the lack of original literature in America at that time. Among the common people, except the Bible, the printed sermons of the New England clergy, and their theological pamphlets, there was little if any reading matter of any sort. The almanac, however, was an established and cherished institution. It was as universal as the Bible itself. Various printers issued almanacs. Peddlers carried them about in their packs. One hung in every chimney corner. Their owners used them as receptacles for their memoranda and accounts. Such crude paragraphs and wise saws as might be found inserted among the calculations supplied about everything in the way of profane literature which was accessible to the people at large. No less than 7 of these annual publications were appearing regularly in Philadelphia when Franklin's first issue appeared. Their predictions were vague and unsatisfying. "Rain here or in South Carolina," said one. "Cold to the northward, warm to the southward," it declared. The editors, however, prided themselves on the fact that if they missed the mark in their weather forecasts, they were usually correct in placing the day of the week on its proper date in the month, and that, after all, was the most useful thing in an almanac. The new publication, by Richard Saunders, Philomath, was different from its predecessors. Franklin created a character, Poor Richard, in whose name the work appeared, and whose real existence was debated humorously and seriously. Seated among the calculations were many crisp sayings introduced by the phrase, "as Poor Richard says," sayings which have taken their place among the maxims of the world. "Keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee." "One today is worth 2 tomorrows." "Plow deep while sluggards sleep." "An empty sack cannot stand upright." "Fools make feasts, and wise men eat them." "He that by the plow would thrive, himself must either hold or drive." These and scores of similar homely proverbs were incorporated in the almanac. It was Franklin's idea to teach lessons of thrift to his countrymen. Some of the sayings he coined entire, others he quoted from various sources. They were finally sifted and collected in permanent form in a lengthy discourse called Father Abraham's Speech, which was included in the Almanac of 1758, and found its way thus into well nigh every home in America. Father Abraham's Speech was translated into every European language, and even to this day continues to teach its useful lesson of industry, frugality, and honesty the world over. Franklin's other literary success was his famous autobiography, which he began to write in 1771, resumed in 1788, and left incomplete at his death. The purpose of its author was to make the experiences of his own career, the conduct and habit of life which had led to success in his own case, a source of help and inspiration to others. He therefore tells the story of his struggles, his errors, his experiments with himself, his accomplishment, with wonderful frankness and extreme simplicity. Take, for example, the following passage: "The objections and reluctances I met with in soliciting the subscriptions made me soon feel the impropriety of presenting one's self as the proposer of any useful project that might be supposed to raise one's reputation in the smallest degree above that of one's neighbours, when one has need of their assistance to accomplish that project. I therefore put myself as much as I could out of sight, and stated it to be a scheme of a number of friends, who had requested me to go about and propose it to such as they thought lovers of reading. In this way my affairs went on more smoothly, and I ever after practised it on such occasions, and from my frequent successes can heartily recommend it. The present little sacrifice of your vanity will afterwards be amply repaid. If it remains a while uncertain to whom the merit belongs, someone more vain than yourself may be encouraged to claim it, and then even envy will be disposed to do you justice, by plucking those assumed feathers, and restoring them to their right owner. This library afforded me the means of improvement, by constant study, for which I set apart an hour or two each day, and thus repaired in some degree the loss of the learned education my father once intended for me. Reading was the only amusement I allowed myself. I spent no time in taverns, games, or frolics of any kind, and my industry in my business continued as indefatigable as it was necessary. I was indebted for my printing house, I had a young family coming on to be educated, and I had two competitors to contend with for business who were established in the place before me. My circumstances, however, grew daily easier, my original habits of frugality continuing, and my father having among his instructions to me when a boy frequently repeated a proverb of Solomon: "Seest thou a man diligent in his calling, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men." I thence considered industry as a means of obtaining wealth and distinction, which encouraged me, though I did not think that I should ever literally stand before kings, which, however, has since happened, for I have stood before 5, and even had the honour of sitting down with one, the King of Denmark, to dinner. The predominant quality in all of Franklin's writing is its genuine humanness. This is what brought the Almanac into instant popularity, and what makes the autobiography an enduring American classic. It is a quality that had been extremely rare in the earlier colonial literature. A keen sense of humour, also, homely and blunt, but true, is constant in Franklin's work and one of the essential factors in its success. Noted examples of his wit are found in his anecdote of the whistle and the dialogue between Dr. Franklin and the gout, which are among the papers entitled Bagatelles, written when Franklin was in France. Franklin's literary work was thoroughly typical of himself. Honest, plain, democratic, clear-headed, shrewd, worldly wise, he was interested in the practical side of life. To him the matter of getting on in the world was a duty, and to enable others to see the advantages of integrity, application, and thrift was his self-appointed task. His influence in this direction was immense. The absence of ideality is obvious in all his compositions. He never reached the high levels of imaginative art, but on this lower plane of material interest and everyday life He was, and is, without a peer among writers. The works which have been mentioned possess a universal charm. "I will disinherit you," said Sydney Smith to his daughter, "if you do not admire everything written by Franklin." Of Franklin's later life, his large usefulness to this country throughout the Revolutionary period, his distinctions and his honors, only a bare summary can be given here. In 1753 he was appointed Postmaster General and established the postal system on a paying basis. In 1757 he was sent to England as the representative of Pennsylvania, his duties keeping him there for the ensuing 5 years. From 1764 to 1775 he was again in England, the official representative of 4 of the colonies, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Georgia. The day after his landing again in America, he was appointed a member of the Second Continental Congress, where he was conspicuous for the next 14 months. It was he who, with characteristic humor, declared, after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, "Yes, we must all hang together, or assuredly we shall all hang separately." In September 1776 Franklin was sent to France as a special envoy to win the sympathy and assistance of that country for the new nation. How well he succeeded in his mission, and what enthusiasm of popular admiration was aroused by his homely, benevolent personality, are matters of familiar history. On his return, after having been relieved by Jefferson in 1785, he was at once made a member of the Constitutional Convention, which finally adopted the Constitution of the United States. "I seem to have intruded myself into the company of posterity," he said, "when I ought to have been abed and asleep." He was 79 years old. He had seen the development of his country from 10 disunited colonies with a population of 400,000 into a nation of 13, United States, with a population of 4,000,000. In the making of that nation no American had borne a more useful or more conspicuous part. His place in our political history is emphasized by the fact that his signature is found appended to 4 great documents: the Declaration of Independence, the Treaty of Alliance with France, the Treaty of Peace with England, and the Constitution. Of no other American can this be declared. But this record of Franklin's versatility is by no means complete. The final word must be concerning his services to science. Throughout his life he was an eager searcher after truth, an ardent student of nature. His private correspondence is full of the matter of his investigations, which he prosecuted with great intelligence and with remarkable results. As Mr. Franklin, the philosopher, he was renowned among contemporary scholars. That famous experiment with the kite and key which identified electricity with the lightning was only one of many which brought him fame. The colleges of Yale and Harvard conferred on the soap boiler's son the degree of M.A. He was honored by the scientific scholars of St. Petersburg, London, and Paris. He was a member of the Royal Society. When his death occurred in 1790, it was a French scholar who wrote the epitaph so often quoted: "Erpui coelo fomen septrunc tyrannus." Such is, in outline, the record of this remarkable man, the many-sided Franklin, as he is appropriately called, our first great American. It was in keeping with his intensely practical nature that Franklin should devise a unique plan of beneficence for the good of posterity. In his will he bequeathed to the city of Philadelphia and to the city of Boston each the sum of £1,000. These funds were to be used in loans, under restrictions, to young tradesmen, in small amounts. Principal and interest were to be allowed to accumulate in each case for 100 years, when, as Franklin calculated, each fund should amount to £131,000. A division was then to be made, 100,000 to be withdrawn and be applied by each city upon public works, and the remainder be placed again in service for a second 100 years. At the expiration of that period, the donor thought that each fund would aggregate something over £4,000,000, and devised that in each instance the sum should then be divided between the city and the Commonwealth, to be applied in any form that should be thought best. Unfortunately, in the face of changed conditions, Franklin's idea proved impracticable. However, the city of Boston did possess in this fund, at the end of the period stipulated by the will, the sum of $400,000. The city appropriated $100,000 additional, which was used in buying land, and the entire amount of the Franklin fund was applied in building and equipping a great evening technical school, to be known as the Franklin Union. Mr. Andrew Carnegie has given the sum of $400,000, which has been set aside as an endowment fund, the income from which provides for the running expenses of the institution. End of Part 2 of Chapter 2.
Part 3 of Chapter 2 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Part 3. Second half of the 18th century. The Revolutionary period. Speeches, argumentative essays, state papers. In the second half of the 18th century, our literature presents the vivid reflection of that momentous struggle for independence upon which the American colonies had entered. Fiery speeches, able arguments, set forth in newspapers and in pamphlets, sharp and bitter satire served to give utterance to the thought and passion of men's minds. One feature of this activity must be emphasized. Geographical lines were now forgotten. The literature of this period is no longer local. Essayists, versifiers, orators were inspired by a common purpose and by a devotion to the interests of the country at large. Greatest of the Massachusetts orators, and conspicuous at the beginning of the struggle, was James Otis. He was a graduate of Harvard and a prominent lawyer in Boston. In 1761, following the accession of George III in the previous year, there arose in Massachusetts a debate over granting the new writs of assistance to officers of the customs in that colony. In February of that year, Otis, in the council chamber of Boston, delivered an argument against the legality of these writs, which is sometimes described as the prologue of the Revolution. Of this passionate address no complete record exists, but John Adams, who reported it, declares that American independence was then and there born. Otis was a flame of fire, Adams declares, such a profusion of learning, such convincing argument, and such a torrent of sublime and pathetic eloquence, that a great crowd of spectators and auditors went away absolutely electrified. 3 years later, Otis published a pamphlet, The Rights of the British Colonies Asserted and Proved, one of the most acute and powerful among the many political papers of these years. The historic events of the period came in quick succession. The Stamp Act, passed in 1765, was repealed in the following year, but taxes on tea, paper, glass, paints, and other articles were levied in 1767. Petitions, appeals, and resolutions were numerous. Pamphlets and essays appeared in great numbers. To these years belong the political papers of Franklin, who contributed vigorously to these discussions. Samuel Adams (1722 1803), tax collector of the town of Boston, was a voluminous essayist, of whom a Tory governor declared "every dip of his pen stings like a horned snake." Both sides participated in this fierce debate, for there were not a few in the colonies who remained loyal to England throughout the struggle. Following the assemblage of the First Continental Congress in 1774, there appeared in New York a series of 4 pamphlets dealing with the great questions of the time from the Tory standpoint. These were signed Westchester Farmer. They were incisive, picturesque, witty, and readable. "If I must be devoured, let me be devoured by the jaws of a lion, and not gnawed to death by rats and vermin," declared the audacious pamphleteer. These papers aroused a storm of patriotic protest, in the midst of which it is interesting to find a pamphlet entitled "The Farmer Refuted," the essay of a youth of 18, young Alexander Hamilton, then a student in King's College. The farmer was identified with the Reverend Samuel Seabury, an Episcopal clergyman of Westchester, New York, and was made to pay dearly for his bold utterances by some of the excitable patriots in his vicinity. He suffered many indignities, but after the close of the conflict resumed his position and ended his life in peace, honored by many of his former foes. Chief among the orators of the South was Patrick Henry (1736 1799), of whom Jefferson said, "He appeared to me to speak as Homer wrote." It was he who in the opening speech of the first Congress uttered the ringing declaration, "I am not a Virginian, but an American," and he who in the Virginia Assembly, March 23, 1775, delivered the address which ranks as one of the classics of American eloquence. Along with Otis, in the North, stands the familiar figure of John Hancock (1737 1793). In the speech which he delivered in 1774 on the anniversary of the Boston Massacre, he expressed in characteristic phrases the fervor of the time. "Burn Boston and make John Hancock a beggar, if the public good requires." Joseph Warren (1741 1775), a Boston physician, in his address on the next anniversary of the massacre, exclaimed, "These fellows say we won't fight. By heavens, I hope I shall die up to my knees in blood." It was but a few weeks thereafter that the unconscious prophecy was realized at Bunker Hill. If much of this oratory was turgid, it nevertheless expressed the sincere sentiment of those who gave it voice. Such was the spirit of the time. Josiah Quincy (1744 1775) spoke for many another, as well as for himself, when he declared, "If to appear for my country is treason, and to arm for her defense is rebellion, like my fathers, I will glory in the name of rebel and traitor as they did in that of Puritan and enthusiast." The newspapers teemed with articles signed with symbolic names: Publius, Vindex, Candidus, Novenglis, etc. In the flood of political papers with which patriotic writers deluged the colonies, there was none which wrought such effect as the pamphlet entitled Common Sense, published by Thomas Paine. Paine was an Englishman of radical mind, who, after an unpretentious career in his own country, came to America in 1774, equipped only with a note of introduction from Benjamin Franklin. Catching the spirit of the hour, and seeing the logical issue of events as few, if any, of the colonists had done, in 1776 he sent forth his epoch making work.
He first pointed out that the present struggle must lead to national independence. His literary style was not impressive, the logic of his argument was not invincible, but the effect of his paper was electric. 120,000 copies were sold within 3 months. In France, and even in England, its power was felt. The authorship of the pamphlet, which was anonymous, was ascribed to Franklin. It carried conviction in America, and made the issues of the conflict clear. During the war, Paine published a series of papers called The Crisis, the opening sentence of which, "These are the times that try men's souls," became a proverbial phrase. Later he went to France, and in his enthusiasm for the cause of revolution there, wrote The Rights of Man (1791 92), a reply to Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution. In the Age of Reason (1794 96), a bitter attack on Christianity, Paine's radicalism appears in its extreme form. It is an unpleasant work and does not discover the earlier power or skill of its author. After the conclusion of the war, during that critical period which preceded the adoption of a constitution, there appeared at intervals a very notable series of papers which were designed in their entirety to set forth the fundamental principles of government. These appeared as articles contributed to various New York newspapers. There were 85 in all, and their authorship was concealed under the pseudonym of Publius. In 1788 these papers were collected and published under the name of The Federalist, a collection which ranks as our chief political classic. Of these famous papers, 5 are attributed to John Jay, 29 to James Madison, and 51 to Alexander Hamilton. 2 other great state documents, eloquent products of this exalted time, demand a place in the record of our nation's literature. The Declaration of Independence was drafted by Thomas Jefferson, 1743 to 1826, a Virginian. Its sonorous sentences need not be subjected to depreciation by the colder literary criticism of today. Its lines were written by men who were intensely stirred by the spirit of their deeds. "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Thomas Jefferson was a fluent writer and a statesman who left a lasting impress on the political thought of his country. An exponent of the principles of popular government and a champion of individual freedom, he is the great representative of democracy in America, and is looked upon as father of the ideas embodied in the Democratic Party. He published Notes on Virginia, wrote a compact autobiography, founded the University of Virginia, and established in that institution a chair of English, the first in America. The Constitution of the United States, adopted in 1788, which was described by Gladstone as "the most wonderful work ever struck off at a given time by the brain and purpose of man," owed its precise formulation largely to the labors of Alexander Hamilton (1757 1804), the brilliant champion of the federal principle in national government, which insists upon the centralization of authority and the unity of the federal relation. Hamilton, therefore, is recognized as the first exponent of those ideas which are now represented theoretically in the present Republican Party. These men, the orators, the pamphleteers, the statesmen of that generation, were not unworthy contemporaries of Fox, Chatham, and Burke, the great English parliamentarians whose eloquence and statesmanship were matched with theirs. When your lordships look at the papers transmitted to us from America,
When you consider their decency, firmness, and wisdom, you cannot but respect their cause," said the Earl of Chatham in 1775, and Edmund Burke, in his remarkable speech on conciliation with America, pays a notable tribute to the legal knowledge of the colonists. Not to be overlooked by the student of this period are a few productions which are not so deeply colored by the political spirit of the time. Such are the collected letters of Washington, of Jefferson, of John Adams and his wife Abigail, the farewell address of Washington to his troops, and the journal of John Woolman, a Quaker, which was beloved of Whittier and received the praises of Charles Lamb. End of Part 3 of Chapter 2. Part 4 of Chapter 2 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Part 4. Poetry of the Revolution. Satires, Epics, and Ballads. The Revolutionary period was not without its poets. From the beginning of the conflict in 1775 to the end, there was a copious flow of verse which sprang naturally enough from the turbulence of popular excitement and emotion. Here and there among the crude productions of these unschooled rhymers one comes upon compositions which show an unexpected strength of feeling expressed with considerable literary art. This is especially true of the political satires and the ballads which are conspicuous in Revolutionary literature. Foremost among the Tory versifiers, for both parties in the contest had their literary champions in metre as in prose, was Jonathan Odell, who invoked the muse thus: "Grant me for a time some deleterious powers of acrid rhyme, some arsenic verse to poison with the pen these rats who nestle in the lion's den." Odell came of pioneer Puritan stock and was himself a native of New Jersey. He was a graduate of Princeton and became a surgeon in the British army. He later went to England, where he took orders for the church. Returning to New Jersey, he became rector of the parish in Burlington. With the outbreak of hostilities and the development of violence against all suspected Royalist sympathies, the clergyman was forced to take flight, and as a refugee he remained in New York until the evacuation of the British troops. Odell's literary talent was soon engaged in the composition of satiric poems. Modeled on the satires of Dryden and Pope, they show considerable merit. Odell wrote with a trenchant pen. There is no humor in his satire. It is wit, caustic, biting. The tone of his verse is the tone of bitter, implacable invective. Four satires, all written in 1779, furnish the best examples of his verse: The Word of Congress, The Congratulation, The Feu de Joie, and The American Times. The following lines from the last of his satires are sufficient to exhibit his skill in satire and in verse: What cannot ceaseless impudence produce? Old Franklin knows its value and its use. He caught at pain, relieved his wretched plight, and gave him notes, and set him down to write. Fire from the doctor's hints the miscreant took, discorded truth, and soon produced a book, a pamphlet, which, without the least pretence to reason, bore the name of Common Sense. The work like wildfire through the country ran, and folly bowed the knee to Franklin's plan. Sense, reason, judgment were abashed and fled, and Congress reigned triumphant in their stead. Persistent in his attitude, irreconcilable and belligerent still, Jonathan Odell forsook the colonies at the close of the contest and migrated to Nova Scotia, where he lived to old age, unconvinced and unrelenting to the last. Three Revolutionary poets of large and serious purpose, and widely famed in their generation,
may be grouped together, not only because of some similarity in their verse, but also because they were all Connecticut men. Two were conspicuous members of a coterie noted as the Hartford Wits. That Connecticut town, indeed, enjoyed a reputation as a literary center through the exploits of this group. The two Hartford poets were John Trumbull and Joel Barlow. The third of this group was Timothy Dwight. Trumbull's contribution was a long satire, a burlesque epic entitled McFingal. It was modeled on Butler's Hudibras, a famous English satire of the 17th century directed at the Puritans. The Yankee poet, borrowing the rollicking measure of the earlier satirist, narrates the misadventures of his hero, a Tory squire in the midst of patriots. The poem first appeared in January 1776, was afterward expanded and reappeared in 4 cantos in 1782. McFingal is full of native Yankee wit and humor, and contains many clever couplets which have passed for Butler's. No man e'er felt the halter draw, with good opinion of the law, or held in method orthodox his love of justice in the stocks, or failed to lose, by sheriff's shears, at once his loyalty and ears. So popular was this merry epic, McFingal, that it ran to 30 editions. It was a source of joy in the camps of the Continentals, and nerved the arm of many a tired soldier in the ranks. Still more ambitious was the effort of Joel Barlow, who published in 1787 his Vision of Columbus. In 1807 the completed work appeared under the epic title The Columbiad. It was a prodigious poem, intended to be a second Iliad. Following a plan employed by Milton in the 11th book of Paradise Lost, Columbus is led to the Hill of Vision, and is shown the future greatness of the land he had discovered. The patriotic fervor of the author is intense. I sing the mariner who first unfurled an eastern banner o'er the western world, and taught mankind where future empire lay, in these fair confines of descending day. In 1793 Barlow composed in lighter vein another poem, which has outlived the ponderous epic. This is the happy composition in honor of Hasty Pudding, one of our best examples of light and fanciful verse. The poem was written when Barlow was abroad in Savoy, and was dedicated to no less a personage than Lady Martha Washington. The poet still uses the heroic couplet, this time in mock heroic strain, and the humorous realism of his rural scenes is no less attractive to the modern reader than it was to those who first enjoyed the poet's glorification of this homely theme. The third writer in this group, Timothy Dwight, was the grandson of Jonathan Edwards, and he became in time the president of Yale College. The subject of his epic, for his inspiration was also epical, is religion. It was entitled The Conquest of Canaan, and it appeared in 1785. It is described by its author as "the first of the kind which has been published in this country." The spirit of the Revolution is felt in the treatment of even this ancient theme, and the ingenious device by which the great event of American history in the latter part of the 18th century is linked with this epic recital of Israelitish wars is very amusing. Timothy Dwight was, like his grandfather Edwards, a man of marvelous energy and of great literary productiveness. He inherited, however, none of the genius which distinguished Jonathan Edwards' scholarly work. His Theology Explained and Defended, in 5 volumes, does not resemble the famous treatise on the Freedom of the Will. The most interesting example of his prose is the Travels in New England and New York, 4 volumes of letters fictitiously addressed to an English correspondent, and filled with observations made during his summer travels in his gig. In 1777 and 1778 Dwight served as an army chaplain and employed his lyric gifts with patriotic fervor. His best remembered song, "Columbia, Columbia, to glory arise," was the fruit of this period. The fact that he was the author also of the hymn, "I love thy kingdom, Lord," should certainly not be forgotten. In Greenfield Hill (1794) we find a very interesting attempt at a descriptive as well as didactic poem. It is in frank imitation of the English classic poets, Pope, Denham, Thomson, Goldsmith, but shows some touches distinctively American. Among the most interesting compositions of the Revolutionary period are the numerous songs and ballads, hundreds of which were written during the years of the war. Many of these were mere doggerel, but some, as such songs of the people often are, were characterized by a homely, hearty strain, which in spite of crudity bears its own appeal, and stirs the passion of men without the aid of art. The names of their writers were often unknown, even in that generation. Sometimes these compositions took the form of camp songs, like that to "The Volunteer Boys" (1780). Hence with the lover who sighs o'er his wine, Chloe's and Phyllis's toasting; Hence with the slave who will whimper and whine, Of ardor and constancy boasting; Hence with love's joys, follies, and noise, The toast that I give is the Volunteer Boys, etc. Sometimes they are religious songs, one of the best examples of which is found in the American Soldier's Hymn. "'Tis God that girds our armor on, And all our just designs fulfils; Through Him our feet can swiftly run, And nimbly climb the steepest hills. Lessons of war from Him we take, And manly weapons learn to wield; Strong bows of steel with ease we break, Forced by our stronger arms to yield," etc. But more numerous were the narratives in crude and vigorous verse of battle, of incident, and of individual exploit, such as we find in an anonymous poem on the Battle of Trenton, December 26, 1776. The historic crossing of the Delaware is mentioned in the opening stanza: "On Christmas Day in '76, our ragged troops with bayonets fixed, For Trenton marched away. The Delaware Sea, the boats below, the light obscured by hail and snow, but no sign of dismay." In each of the 6 stanzas which compose the song, there is some clever touch which reveals the real poetic impulse, none the less effective because of its artlessness. Great Washington he led us on, whose streaming flag, in storm or sun, had never known disgrace. In silent march we passed the night, each soldier panting for the fight, though quite benumbed with frost. The account of the action is very brief. The surprise, the victory, the trophies of battle are tersely described, and the song closes in conventional style: "Now, brothers of the patriot bands, let's sing deliverance from the hands of arbitrary sway, And as our life is but a span, let's touch the tankard while we can, in memory of that day." One of the best naval ballads of the time was "The Yankee Man of War," a stirring record of an exploit in 1778, wherein the bravery of John Paul Jones is enthusiastically celebrated. Its unknown author writes with the precision of one well versed in seacraft, and like an eyewitness of the incident: "Out booms! Out booms!" our skipper cried, "and give her sheet!" And the swiftest keel that was ever launched shot ahead of the British fleet, And amidst a thundering shower of shot, with stunsails hoisting away, Down the North Channel Paul Jones did steer, just at the break of day. Scores of these spirited little lyrics may be read in the collections of Revolutionary songs. The patriotic fervor of the singer is often more impressive than the inspiration of his muse, and yet there are not a few poems in the group which may claim a place in our national literature. The humorous ballad on "The Battle of the Kegs" illustrates another phase of this patriotic activity in verse. The author of these rollicking lines was Francis Hopkinson, a man prominent in all the serious and weighty movements of these momentous times, yet full of vivacity and an irresistible humor, which frequently broke forth in trenchant satire and clever verse. In "The Battle of the Kegs" his irrepressible wit runs merry riot. The incident which inspired the ballad belongs to the beginning of 1778. Some Yankee inventor having constructed a sort of infernal machine for the purpose, a lot of kegs were equipped with the mechanism and charged with powder. These kegs were then sent floating down the Delaware toward Philadelphia, where the British force under Howe was quartered for the winter. Whether actually dangerous or not, these suspicious looking kegs caused great excitement as they came floating by the city, and provoked a general bombardment from ships and garrison. No harm resulted to the English from this fleet of Yankee invention, but Hopkinson's doggerel rhymes which followed appear to have had a most beneficent effect upon the Continentals. The ballad proved to be the most popular composition of the war period, and its influence is thus described by Tyler: "It gave the weary and anxious people the luxury of genuine and hearty laughter in very scorn of the enemy. To the cause of the Revolution it was perhaps worth as much, just then, by way of emotional tonic and of military inspiration, as the winning of a considerable battle would have been." Francis Hopkinson's impassioned "Camp Ballad" (1777) exhibits the real lyric power of the poet in his serious mood. "Columbia," written by Timothy Dwight, belongs to the same group of patriotic lyrics. Dwight's poem begins with the lines: "Columbia, Columbia, to glory arise, the queen of the world and the child of the skies." It is not to be confused with the national song "Hail Columbia," which was written by Joseph Hopkinson (not Francis) in 1798. If popularity were a standard of excellence, these fervid compositions, along with "The Battle of the Kegs" and "The Yankee's Return from Camp Yankee Doodle," would have to represent the poetic accomplishment of our Revolutionary poets. Happily, this is not the case. Bold Hathorne, the surgeon's record of the cruise of the fair American, Captain Hathorne, 1777, has the homely flavor of an honest folk song. And so has the ballad of "Brave Polding and the Spy," which celebrates the patriotic integrity of the captor of Major André. But the best of all these patriotic compositions is one entitled "Hale in the Bush," a wonderfully tender and impressive tribute to the memory of Nathan Hale, captured and hanged by the British as a spy. This remarkable poem merits quotation in full: HALE IN THE BUSH. The breezes went steadily through the tall pines, a saying, "Oh, hush!" a saying, "Oh, hush!" as stilly stole by a bold legion of horse, for Hale in the bush, for Hale in the bush. "Keep still," said the thrush, as she nestled her young in a nest by the road, in a nest by the road, "for the tyrants are near, and with them appear what bodes us no good, what bodes us no good." The brave captain heard it, and thought of his home, in a cot by the brook, in a cot by the brook, with mother and sister and memories dear. He so gaily forsook, he so gaily forsook. Cooling shades of the night were coming apace. The tattoo had beat, the tattoo had beat. The noble one sprang from his dark lurking place, to make his retreat, to make his retreat. He warily trod on the dry rustling leaves, as he passed through the wood, as he passed through the wood, and silently gained his rude launch on the shore, as she played with the flood, as she played with the flood. The guards of the camp on that dark dreary night had a murderous will, had a murderous will. They took him and bore him afar from the shore, to a hut on the hill, to a hut on the hill. No mother was there, nor friend who could cheer, in that little stone cell, in that little stone cell, but he trusted in love from his Father above. In his heart all was well, in his heart all was well. An ominous owl, with his solemn bass voice, sat moaning hard by, sat moaning hard by. The tyrant's proud minions most gladly rejoice, for he must soon die, for he must soon die. The brave fellow told them, no thing he restrained, the cruel general, the cruel general, his errand from camp of the ends to be gained, and said that was all, and said that was all. They took him and bound him and bore him away, down the hill's grassy side, down the hill's grassy side. 'Twas there the base hirelings in royal array his cause did deride, his cause did deride. 5 minutes were given, short moments, no more, for him to repent, for him to repent. He prayed for his mother, he asked not another. To heaven he went, to heaven he went. The faith of a martyr the tragedy showed, as he trod the last stage, as he trod the last stage, and Britons will shudder at gallant Hale's blood, as his words do presage, as his words do presage. Thou pale king of terrors, thou life's gloomy foe, go frighten the slave, go frighten the slave. Tell tyrants to you their allegiance they owe. No fears for the brave, no fears for the brave. End of part 4 of chapter 2. Part 5 of chapter 2 of A Student's Guide to American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Part 5. The Close of the 18th Century. Transition. Poetry, Drama, Fiction. Periodical Literature. Coincidentally with the satires, the epics, the songs and ballads, which owed their measure of inspiration immediately to the spirit of that strenuous time, we note also the appearance of a different school of verse which meant infinitely more in the development of our literary art. Among the satirists of the Revolutionary epoch, there was none whose pen was readier or sharper in its thrusts than Philip Freneau, and among the poems of the war itself, none holds a firmer place in our literature than Freneau's brief elegy on the valiant who died at Eutaw Springs. One line of this poem was thought worthy of adaptation by the author of Marmion. Strongest claim for remembrance lies in a few compositions which mark the beginning of nature poetry in America. Philip Freneau owed his foreign name to Huguenot ancestry, but he was born in New York and was graduated in 1771 at Princeton, where he had been a classmate and roommate with James Madison. In the early part of his career, Freneau engaged in commercial ventures in the West Indies and made frequent voyages, commanding his own vessel. Once, in 1780, he was captured by the British and was for several weeks confined in an English prison ship in New York harbor. The hardships of this experience are rehearsed in a poem entitled The British Prison Ship, filled to the brim with the horror and rancor of his suffering. Many another fierce broadside did he hurl at the nation's foe, until hostilities ceased. After the war, Freneau entered journalism, but his later years were comparatively inactive. Near the close of his 80th year, on a December night, returning to his home from a gathering with friends, he lost his way in the snow and fell by the roadside. The next morning he was found dead. The compositions which have done most for Freneau's fame as a poet belong to his earlier years. In these productions we find the beginning of genuine nature poetry in America. Here we have Freneau's opening lines on The Wild Honeysuckle. Fair flower, that dost so comely grow, hid in this silent, dull retreat, untouched thy honey blossoms blow, unseen thy little branches greet. No roving foot shall crush thee here, no busy hand provoke a tear. To a honey bee addressed to a wandering rover from the hive resting luxuriously on the rim of the poet's glass, is written with the same charming simplicity of style and with a dainty touch of humor befitting the theme. Welcome! I hail you to my glass. All welcome here, you find. Here let the cloud of trouble pass. Here be all care resigned. This fluid never fails to please and drown the griefs of men or bees. Yet take not, oh, too deep a drink, and in this ocean die. Here bigger bees than you might sink, even bees full 6 feet high. Like Pharaoh, then, you would be said to perish in a sea of red. Do as you please, your will is mine, enjoy it without fear, and your grave will be this glass of wine, your epitaph a tear. Go take your seat in Charon's boat, we'll tell the hive you died afloat. Of a different tenor are two poems in pensive key, The Indian Student and The Indian Burying Ground. To all these compositions we feel the spirit of a true poet who loves nature and responds to her appeals spontaneously and without artifice. There had been a few previous attempts at this form of treatment in American verse, but they had been isolated instances and had failed of the excellence attained by Freneau. These poems are therefore the more worthy of note. The volume which contains these productions appeared in 1786, the same year in which the first volume of the poems of Robert Burns was published, and 12 years before the Lyrical Ballads introduced William Wordsworth as the first recognized champion of simplicity and naturalness in English verse. The Porting Glass is in the lighter mood of the old Cavalier poets. On the Ruins of a Country Inn shows the influence of Thomas Gray. In one long poem, The House of Night, Freneau enters the weird domain afterwards so skilfully worked by Edgar Allan Poe. A singular example of precocious literary development is found in the work of a Negro girl, Phillis Wheatley. Brought from Africa at the age of 7 or 8, she became a slave in the household of a family in Boston. She learned rapidly under the guidance of her mistress, and began to write verse in the conventional style of the English classical poets, verse as good as that produced by any of their American imitators. A volume of Phillis Wheatley's poems was published at London in 1773, the genuineness of the work being vouched for by prominent people in Boston. At the appearance of this volume Phillis could have been scarcely 20 years of age, her precocity marking her development phenomenal. The beginnings of dramatic literature in America belong to this same period. Quite early in the century, English plays had been acted by amateurs in New York, but it was not until 1752 that a professional company had been seen in the colonies presenting standard plays. In that year an English troupe of London players began a series of presentations at Williamsburg, Virginia, after playing in New York and Philadelphia. The Merchant of Venice, Richard III, and Hamlet were included in their repertory. 2 or 3 plays had been written by Americans previous to the Revolution, for the most part so-called reading plays. Hugh H. Brackenridge (1748 1816), a classmate and associate of Philip Freneau, afterward Judge of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, wrote, in 1776, a drama called The Battle of Bunker Hill. Brackenridge was then a school teacher, and the play was presented by his pupils. Theatres had been built in Philadelphia, New York, Annapolis, and Charleston previous to the war. Boston's earliest playhouse dates from 1794. The first American play to be performed by a professional company was The Contrast, written by Royal Tyler (1757 1826). It was produced in New York, April 16, 1787. The theme of this comedy was patriotic. A contrast is drawn between those who ape foreign fashions and those who hold to the plain but wholesome manners of home. In this play, the Yankee, Jonathan, is introduced effectively as a typical character. Tyler was himself a Vermonter of versatile talent. He produced other plays, a novel and several poems. In 1789 another American comedy was produced, The Father, or American Shandyism. This was the work of William Dunlap (1766 1839) of New Jersey. This play, one of some 60 written by Dunlap, and the most worthy of them, contains two characters modeled after the famous Uncle Toby and Corporal Trim of Laurence Sterne's whimsical novel, Tristram Shandy. Dunlap became a theatrical manager and later wrote a History of the American Theatre (1832). He was also the biographer of the first American novelist of note, Charles Brockden Brown. Contemporaneous with the appearance of the drama in our literature, we have to record also the entrance of the novel. The first native experiment in this form of fiction, modeled, very distantly, after Richardson's Pamela, was entitled The Power of Sympathy. This work has a curious history. Madam Sarah Wentworth Morton, its author, a member of one of New England's most aristocratic families, had won provincial fame as a poetess, under the sentimental name of Philenia. She had, indeed, been described by one distinguished admirer as the American Sappho. For her plot, Mrs. Morton utilized a miserable scandal which had blighted her own family life, and made the identity of her principal characters so obvious that the persons most interested bought the entire edition from the publisher, and The Power of Sympathy, thus incontinently suppressed (1789), was never published in that generation. Two other New England women appeared thus early in print with narratives of somewhat similar sort, founded on fact. Susanna H. Ralston, an English lady who had established a school for girls in Boston, was the author of a very popular novel, Charlotte Temple, A Tale of Truth (1790), and of other novels, including a sequel, Lucy Temple, which was published in 1828. Hannah W. Foster wrote, in 1797, The Coquette, or The History of Eliza Wharton, a novel founded on fact. Mrs. Foster was the wife of a clergyman, and wrote, as did Mrs. Ralston, with a moral purpose. In both these novels the theme of indiscretion and desertion is treated in the sentimental, didactic style which characterized many of the English novelists of the same period. The popularity of these two stories outlasted their own generation. Pilgrimages were made by sentimental readers to the graves of both these heroines, and the old slate headstone in the ancient graveyard in Salem, where the real Eliza Wharton is buried, has been all but chipped away by relic hunters. Hugh H. Brackenridge, already mentioned as the author of an early American play, wrote a satirical romance called Modern Chivalry, or The Adventures of Captain Virago and Teague O'Regan, his servant, the first part of which appeared in 1792, the second in 1806. And the playwright Royal Tyler also entered the lists with a 2-volume narrative entitled The Algerine Captive in 1799. Neither of these works, however, can be regarded as possessing the interest or importance of Mrs. Ralston's or Mrs. Foster's Tales of Truth in the annals of American fiction. It is with Charlotte Temple and The Coquette that the novel of manners appears. While these earliest examples of the American novel are of interest historically, and interesting mainly on that ground alone, there appeared before the close of the century one or two essays in prose fiction which possess decided merit on the ground of technical construction and on that of genuine narrative power. These were the early romances of Charles Brockden Brown. Brown was a native of Philadelphia, where he received his education. He chose the profession of the law and prepared himself for practice. But the duties of the legal calling were wholly uncongenial, and the effect of this trying situation was soon apparent in depression of spirits and impaired health. At last he forsook the law for the profession of literature, and is deserving of some distinction as the first American to make deliberately so dangerous an experiment. He removed to New York and formed associations with a few men of literary tastes, comprising the members of the Friendly Club, among whom was William Dunlap, the future biographer of the novelist. It was a period of considerable mental excitement in both Europe and America. Revolutionary forces were vigorously alive. New theories affecting political and social relations were promulgated daily. As an essayist on moral as well as literary themes, Brown had written copiously before his abandonment of the law. He had been a diligent student. His mind was even abnormally active, and he wrote with a style noticeably strong and vivid. In 1797 Charles Brockden Brown published his first volume, Alcuin, a dialogue on the rights of women. It did not meet with success. But following this, Brown produced in rapid succession a series of remarkable novels which won for their author contemporary distinction, and, historically regarded, hold a very notable place in American literature. The titles of these novels are Wieland, or The Transformation; Armand, or The Secret Witness; Arthur Mervyn; Edgar Huntly; Clara Howard; and Jane Talbot. The first of these was published in 1798, the remainder before the end of 1801. Besides writing his novels, Brown was also conducting a magazine, the Monthly Magazine and American Review, which consisted almost entirely of his own contributions. Near the close of 1800 the novelist returned to Philadelphia, where he founded the Literary Magazine and American Register, and where he continued to write miscellaneous articles on political, biographical, and historical subjects, until his death at the age of 39. He suffered from the attacks of consumption due presumably to the early undermining of his health, and aggravated by the intensity and laboriousness of his life. The novels of Charles Brockden Brown are seldom read today, but they attracted general attention at the time of their appearance, and won the approbation of some European writers, including Scott and Shelley, who gave them a high rank. Both Poe and Hawthorne were undoubtedly influenced by them. They reflected strongly the characteristics of the romantic school of fiction that arose in Germany and England near the close of the 18th century. The plots of these stories are psychological and are based on mystery. The incomprehensible and the horrible are invoked to stimulate interest. There is a marked solemnity of diction which reinforces the peculiar style of the narrative, and the emotions are played upon in the sentimental manner of the romance then in vogue abroad. The general tone of the narratives may be properly described as morbid, a tone which pervades the series as a whole. In Wieland, the principal characters are introduced under the spell of a mysterious catastrophe, suggesting the attack of some malignant force which may be the product of electricity, or of spontaneous combustion. Mysterious voices are heard, which are finally accounted for by the confession of an ill-disposed ventriloquist. A dreadful crime is committed by a person insane with religious mania, and disaster overwhelms an entire family through the operation of these mysterious agencies, which, at the last, are but unsatisfactorily explained. In Arthur Merson, the scene is laid in Philadelphia during an epidemic of yellow fever, 1793, and the ghastly details of that visitation are faithfully reproduced. In Edgar Huntly there is an attempt at murder committed during temporary madness. The madman afterward commits suicide while the intended victim escapes. The principal personage in the story is a somnambulist. These novels of Charles Brockden Brown are not unimpressive in their realistic portrayal of horrible and loathsome scenes, and in their appeal to the sentiments of curiosity and terror. They fail in characterization and in lifelikeness. Yet they compare not unfavorably with contemporary English narratives like William Godwin's Caleb Williams (1794) and Mrs. Radcliffe's Mysteries of Udolpho (1794), or Matthew Lewis's The Monk (1795). A significant feature of Browne's work is the fact that he always made use of American scenes. In Edgar Huntly he employed the incidents of Indian warfare to good purpose. In connection with this account of our literary beginnings in the 18th century, we must not fail to note the earliest appearance of periodical literature in America, a very important phase of intellectual life. Newspapers came first, and were established in the following order: 1704, the Boston News Letter, continued to 1776. 1719, the Boston Gazette, first issue, December 21st. 1719, the American Weekly Mercury, Philadelphia, December 22nd. 1721, the New England Courant, Boston. 1725, the New York Gazette. 1728, the Pennsylvania Gazette, Franklin's. Before the end of 1765 there were in the colonies 43 newspapers, nearly all weeklies, and in comparison with the modern journal, very diminutive affairs. News was not abundant, and not often up to date. Prominence was given to correspondence from England. Letters from local politicians, anecdotes, essays, poems, lampoons, etc., were introduced. In the latter part of the century some literary value was claimed by the newspapers. It was not until 1784 that the daily newspaper began to appear, with the founding of the Pennsylvania Packet and Daily Advertiser at Philadelphia. Two or three literary magazines were established in the colonies previous to the Revolution. Such were the General Magazine, started in Philadelphia in 1741, and the American Magazine and Historical Chronicle, established in Boston in 1743. The Royal American Magazine, started in Boston in 1774, was one of the most elaborate of these publications. Few of them survived more than a few months. One interesting periodical of the Revolutionary period was the Pennsylvania Magazine, edited by Thomas Paine. Its career began in January 1775, and ended gloriously with the printing of the Declaration of Independence in July 1776. Hugh H. Brackenridge edited the United States Magazine at Philadelphia in 1779. The Boston Magazine appeared and disappeared in 1785. But it was not until the beginning of the new century that anything like a substantial existence was enjoyed by any periodical of this class. Tyler's History of American Literature during Colonial times, and his Literary History of the American Revolution, 2 volumes, will serve as authoritative background for this chapter. Stedman and Hutchinson's Library of American Literature, volumes 2, 3, and 4, supplies selections from all the writers enumerated here. The period of the 18th century is admirably covered in American Literature, Literatures of the World, by W. P. Trent. For more personal reference, see the Samuel Sewall Papers, Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, 1879. Also, N. H. Chamberlain's Samuel Sewall and the World He Lived in, Boston, 1897. The Life of Jonathan Edwards, American Religious Leaders, by Alexander Allen, and Austin's Philip Freneau. Brief authoritative biographies of Franklin, Patrick Henry, Samuel Adams, John Quincy Adams, Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, Jay, and Madison are included in the American Statesmen series. Selections from the Revolutionary orators will be found in the 3rd volume of the Library of Oratory, and in volume 8 of the World's Famous Orations. Illustrations of the Revolutionary verse are accessible in Stevenson's Poems of American History, Moore's Songs and Ballads of the American Revolution, and in American War Ballads, edited by George Carey Eggleston. The best poems of Freneau are to be found in Stedman's American Anthology, Houghton Mifflin Company. The familiar letters of John Adams and his wife, Abigail Adams, edited by Charles Francis Adams, are an especially interesting record of the period. Also, Scudder's Men and Manners in America, 100 Years Ago. There are numerous biographies of Franklin. Morse's Life, in the American Statesmen series, has been cited. That of McMaster, in the American Men of Letters series, is excellent. A larger biography in 2 volumes is The Life and Times of Benjamin Franklin, by James Parton. Of course, Franklin's own autobiography is indispensable. The most recent authoritative edition of the complete writings of Franklin is that edited by Albert H. Smythe in 10 volumes, now published in most convenient form, for $15. The Eversley edition, Macmillan. Besides Cooper's The Spy and The Pilot, there are several recent novels which may well be read as illustrating the life of the colonies in the 18th century. Among these are Lewis Rand, by Mary Johnston; Hugh Wynne, by Dr. Weir Mitchell; Janice Meredith, by Paul Leicester Ford; and Richard Carvel, by Winston Churchill. The student should include in his reading at least one of the novels of Charles Brockden Brown, reprinted in Philadelphia by David Mackay, 1889. Chapter 1 of McMaster's History of the People of the United States will be found most interesting in its discussion of social conditions in America during the century and at the close of the Revolution. Read especially the sections upon the minister and the schoolmaster. Recent and important is Heralds of American Literature, Annie Russell Marble, University of Chicago Press, 1907. It contains chapters on Francis Hopkinson, Freneau, Trumbull, the Hartford Wits, William Dunlap, and Charles Brockden Brown. Also, Life and Poems of Philip Freneau, by F. L. Patty, Princeton Historical Association. Cairnes's Early American Writers, 1607 to 1800, Macmillan, is an admirable volume of selections illustrating the work of all the writers mentioned in these 2 chapters. The Poems of Philip Freneau are now accessible in 3 volumes, edited by F. L. Patty, Princeton Historical Association. End of Part 5 of Chapter 2. End of Chapter 2. Part 1 of Chapter 3, The Beginning of the 19th Century, of A Student's History of American Literature, by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 3, Part 1. The New Literature, New York, and the Knickerbocker Group. With the turn of the century, our young republic entered upon an era of expansion and development which can be described only as marvelous. The rapid progress in the settlement of the West, the influx of foreign immigration, the growth of the larger cities, extension of transportation systems by construction of canals and government roads, application of the new inventions employing the power of steam in river navigation and on railroads, these features of American progress during the first 50 years in our first completed century of national existence can be here but thus briefly summarized. It is unnecessary to attempt a full historical outline of that period of growth and change, except to note that coincidentally with this expansive period of material prosperity and growth, our national literature entered upon what we may not inaptly term its golden age, the age of its best essayists, novelists, and poets, our real American men of letters. We have traced the slow steps of literary effort recorded in the several colonies to the close of their existence as colonies. And immediately after the period of revolution, we have recognized the new and fresh impulse of creative imagination in the little group of simple nature poems by Philip Freneau, and imaginative power of somewhat differing type is the somber but not altogether unreal romances of Charles Brogden Browne. But Freneau and Browne are only heralds of coming achievements, of the appearance of a literature national in scope and of importance sufficient to command recognition by the people of England and the Continent, and possessed of an artistic excellence felt and enjoyed by all. There were evidences of literary activity in Boston, in Philadelphia, and in New York. Little groups of literati, as they liked to call themselves, mightily interested in the development of a national literature, gave an atmosphere that was helpful to literary effort. And they themselves accomplished what could be accomplished by interest, patriotism, and industry when joined with talent, modest if not mediocre. For some reason New York took precedence over Boston and Philadelphia in these first decades of the 19th century, and not only sheltered a coterie of enthusiastic, congenial comrades of the pen, whose lively essays in both prose and verse provoked the humor of the town, but pushed into the light of more than local fame the names of Paulding, Halleck, Drake, and Dana, and before the quarter mark in the century was reached, had produced two of the century's greatest writers, Irving and Cooper. These are the Knickerbocker writers, so called in deference to the old Dutch traditions of Manhattan, the spirit of which was directly inherited by most of them, and the influence of which appeared to some extent in their work. In 1825 the poet Bryant came to live in New York, and his name is therefore grouped with those already mentioned, although not a native of the State. He was, however, of their generation, and, like Halleck and Dana, an adopted son of New York. The significance of these first decades of the 19th century in their relation to the beginnings of the new literature will appear when we note the dates of the following events. It was in 1807 that the Irvings, together with their friend Paulding, published the first of the anonymous Salmagundi papers. In 1809 appeared the humorous masterpiece, The Knickerbocker History of New York. In 1817 it was that the editors of the North American Review, itself a publication only 2 years old, printed Bryant's great poem, Thanatopsis, and his inscription for the entrance to a wood. Irving's sketch book, appearing in 1819, established that writer's place permanently in the leadership of American letters. In 1821 Cooper published his second novel, and first success, The Spy, and that same year was further signalized, in a literary way, by the printing at Boston of Bryant's first volume of verse. By 1825 Irving had added Bracebridge Hall and Tales of a Traveler to his earlier volumes. Cooper had written The Pioneers and The Pilot. Bryant had published, among additional poems, The Yellow Violet, To a Waterfall, Green River, A Winter Peace, and A Hymn to Death. In comparison with the works of contemporary British writers, this brief list of American publications appears modest indeed. For by 1825 Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Southey had produced all that was characteristic of their work. Keats had died in 1821, Shelley in 1822, and Byron in 1824. Scott had written the last of the Waverley novels. Tom Moore had reached the height of his popularity. Charles Lamb had published the first series of the essays of Elia. De Quincey's Confessions of an English Opium Eater had appeared in 1821, and Macaulay's first essay, that on Milton,
was printed in 1825. And yet, although meagre when brought thus in comparison with the literature of the motherland, this beginning of our national literature is, after all, not so insignificant as it may seem. It was a beginning, and the question once derisively put in 1820 by Sydney Smith, a witty Englishman, "Who reads an American book?" could now be answered, in 1825, affirmatively by many of his countrymen. Before considering in detail the work of the three prominent Americans in this group, let us note briefly some of the minor authors who are associated with them. James Kirke Paulding was a typical member of the Knickerbocker group. He was of Dutch descent and made good use of the Dutch traditions in his most successful work, a novel, published in 1831, entitled The Dutchman's Fireside. A relative by marriage of William Irving, Paulding was early associated with Washington Irving and his brother William, in the production of the humorous Salmagundi Papers, which appeared in 1807. Subsequently, Paulding undertook alone a new series of the Salmagundi, which came out in 1819 20. During the period of the War of 1812 he produced two clever satires directed at the British Navy. One of these, The Lay of the Scotch Fiddle, being a parody upon Scott's Lay of the Last Minstrel. In 1818 he published The Backwoodsman, a metrical narrative of frontier life in 6 books, not a strong performance. Paulding was altogether overshadowed in a literary way by Irving and Cooper, both of whom he attempted to follow. He wrote considerable verse, nothing of which attains to excellence, and of his novels 3 only call for mention: Koningsmark, The Long Fin, dealing with the Swedish settlements, 1823; The Dutchman's Fireside, a study of old Dutch life along the Hudson, 1831; and Westward Ho! A Tale of Kentucky, 1832. Paulding was also the author of A Popular Life of Washington, published in 1835. He served as Secretary of the Navy under Van Buren. One of the most energetic members of this New York coterie was Fitzgreen Halleck, a descendant of the apostle, John Eliot. Halleck was born in Guilford, Connecticut, and in 1811 came to New York and was employed in a banking house as clerk. He later entered the office of John Jacob Astor, who, at his death, left Halleck an annuity of £40. Halleck was a poet from his youth, and 3 or 4 of his compositions are not likely to slip from the memory of American readers so long as there are schoolboys to declaim the stirring lines of his Margot Bozzaris, or men to quote by the graves of their friends his simple and tender poem on the death of Drake. Of Halleck's poems 3 are considered notable: Alnwick Castle, 1827; Burns, 1827; and Margot Bozzaris, 1825. The strength of the poet is in these compositions, but perhaps this is surpassed by the pathos and sincerity of the beautiful elegy on Drake: Green be the turf above thee, friend of my better days; none know thee but to love thee, nor named thee but to praise. A long poem, Fanny, in the style of Byron's Beppo, written in 1819, was popular at the time, but has fallen into oblivion. Halleck retired on his annuity in 1849, returned to his old home in Connecticut, and there spent the remainder of his days. Upon the 80th anniversary of his birth, a monument erected by his townspeople over his grave was dedicated to his memory, the first honor of the kind bestowed upon an American poet. The association of Halleck and Drake in the most intimate of friendships is one of the pleasant incidents of our literary history. Joseph Rodman Drake was born in New York, became a student of medicine
wrote but a brief amount of verse, although that was of a high quality, and died at 25. "There will be less sunshine for me hereafter," said Halleck, "now that Joe is gone." The two friends joined in contributing to the New York Evening Post a series of anonymous poems, under the general title of "The Croakers." These appeared in 1819. They were light, satiric, often personal in aim, and capital examples of what is frequently called society verse. They excited a great deal of comment at the time, and are said to have been a subject of conversation in drawing rooms, book stores, and coffee houses on Broadway and throughout the city. One of the best poems in the series was Drake's "The American Flag," of which the concluding lines "Forever float that standard sheet, Where breathes the foe but falls before us, With freedom's soil beneath our feet, And freedom's banner streaming o'er us," were the suggestion of Halleck. Drake's principal composition is a long but graceful poem, full of charm and animated by a most poetical fancy, entitled "The Culprit Fay." It was written in 1816, and grew out of a discussion in the group of poets, Cooper being with them at the time, as to the possibility of drawing from American streams poetical inspiration like that found in the historic and legend haunted rivers of Scotland. Drake affirmed that it could be done, and in 3 days, it is said, he produced his brilliant poem, the scene of which is laid in the highlands of the Hudson. Although written previous to the appearance of Irving's sketch book, the poem was not published until 1835. Richard Henry Dana was born in Boston, and was one of the associate editors of the North American Review, when Bryant's early poems were accepted for that publication. In 1821 he began in New York to publish a new magazine, The Idle Man, in which Bryant's poems continue to appear. When Bryant arrived in New York and took his first editorial position in charge of the New York Review, in 1825, he included Dana's poem, The Dying Raven, along with Halleck's Marco Bozzaris, in the first issue of that magazine. Mr. Dana did not produce many poems. A volume entitled The Buccaneer and Other Poems was published in 1827. One lyric, The Little Beach Bird, has found a permanent place. It is interesting to note that the poet was one of several descendants of Anne Bradstreet to attain some distinction in verse. The larger part of his long life was lived in retirement, and his influence in the development of our literature was perhaps strongest indirectly in his criticism and in his personal association with his literary friends. His son, Richard Henry Dana, Jr. (1815 1882), is even more widely known than his father, as the author of the popular narrative 2 Years Before the Mast (1840). Among the minor poets belonging to this period of fresh beginnings, several call for mention who were not directly in association with the Knickerbocker group. John Pierpont (1785 1866), a native of Connecticut and later a Unitarian clergyman in Boston, was the author of the spirited Warren's Address and of the poem The Pilgrim Fathers. His Airs of Palestine and Other Poems was published first in 1816. James Gates Percival (1795 1857), a man of remarkable versatility, also Connecticut born, was a physician, a geologist, and a linguist. He wrote fluently, although little of his work is familiar now. The Coral Grove is one of his brightest compositions. His first volume of poems, Prometheus, appeared in 1820. Lydia Huntley Sigourney (1791 1865), born at Norwich, Connecticut, and for many years head of a famous select school for girls, which she established at Hartford in 1814, was a pioneer in the cause of higher education for women.
She was a prolific writer, the author of 53 volumes in prose and verse. Her first volume of Moral Pieces appeared in 1815. Emma H. Willard (1787 1870), another Connecticut woman who became famous as an educator. She conducted the Troy Female Seminary (1821 1838), published a volume of poems in 1830, in which was included the well-known song, "Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep." George Morris (1802 64), who was the author of many poems of sentiment popular in his day, is now remembered for only one, "Woodman, spare that tree." Samuel Woodworth (1785 1842) is likewise remembered as the author of one song, "The Old Oaken Bucket" (1826). John Howard Payne (1791 1852), whose name is immortalized because of his "Home, Sweet Home," was an actor and writer of plays. He was born in New York and lived a wandering life. His tragedy, Brutus (1818), was his most successful drama. The opera, Clari, the Maid of Milan, in which occurs the famous song, was written in Paris in 1823 and produced at Covent Garden, London. Payne was United States Consul at Tunis from 1841 until his death. In 1883 his remains were removed to Washington and there interred. Francis Scott Key (1779 1843) wrote the Star Spangled Banner in 1814. Key was detained as a prisoner on board a British man of war during the bombardment of Fort McHenry. All night he watched the engagement with keenest anxiety, and in the morning wrote the words of his song. It was printed immediately, and to the air of Anacreon in Heaven was sung all over the land. Another national anthem, America, was written in 1832 by Rev. Samuel F. Smith (1808 1905). The name of Washington Allston (1778 1843) should be included in this group, for the most distinguished of our earlier American painters was also a leader in literary culture and the author of numerous graceful poems. James Abraham Hillhouse (1789 1841), of New Haven, was one of the earliest of Americans to attempt the poetic drama on the lines of Byron and Shelley. His dramas appeared in 1839. Charles Fenno Hoffman (1806 84), founder of the Knickerbocker magazine in 1833, was the author of light and brilliant verse. His career was closed by insanity in 1849. In contemporary estimation, at least, no other member of the New York group during the 30's and 40's quite equaled Nathaniel Parker Willis. He was born in Portland, Maine, was graduated from Yale College in 1827, and served his apprenticeship as a man of letters in Boston. After his removal to New York he was associated with George P. Morris as editor of the New York Mirror. In 1844 he made a place on the Mirror for Poe. It was in that paper that The Raven was published (January, 1845). During his visits to England and the Continent, Willis wrote for the Mirror or the Home Journal lively sketches of picturesque scenes and notable people. These were gathered in Pencillings by the Way (1835 1844) and Loiterings of Travel (1840). He wrote two plays, also Bianca Visconti (1837) and Tortesa the Usurer (1839). The Sacred Poems (1843) represent his most worthy accomplishment in verse. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 2 of Chapter 3 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 3, Part 2. Washington Irving, 1783 to 1859. First among American writers to obtain universal recognition abroad, our first true literary artist and our earliest classic is Washington Irving. If some few among our earlier pioneers in letters had already detected in American soil the germs of a native literature, it is Irving to whom belongs the honor of successfully developing those germs in works which still preserve their freshness, their delicacy, and their charm. To the inspiration of native themes, Irving owed much of his ample success. Washington Irving was born in the city of New York, April 3, 1783. It was the year which marked the end of the long struggle for liberty and the beginning of peace. The British troops evacuated the city and the Continental forces assumed possession. "Washington's work is ended," said Mrs. Irving, "and the child shall be named after him." Some 6 years later, we are told, when the first president returned to New York, then the seat of government, a Scotch maid servant of the family, finding herself and the child by chance in the presence of Washington, presented the lad to him. "Please your honor," said Lizzie, all aglow, "here's a bairn was named after you." And the Father of his Country gravely laid his hand upon the head of his future biographer and blessed him. The household in William Street was comfortably well to do. The father, William Irving, a Scotchman, born to the Orkney Islands, and, until his marriage, an officer upon a vessel plying between Falmouth and New York, was now engaged in the hardware trade. He was a man of strict integrity, rather severe in his attitude toward life, with a good deal of the old strict Covenanter spirit in his make-up. He took little interest in amusements, required that at least one of the half holidays in every week should be piously employed with the catechism, and saw to it that his children were well grounded in sound Presbyterian doctrine. The mother, daughter of an English curate, was far less rigid in her views and more vivacious in temperament. Needless is it to say that the future chronicler of the Knickerbocker legends resembled the mother more closely than the father, in his inheritance of spirits. Full of drollery and mischief, the boy ran merry riot, sometimes a source of perplexity even to the more indulgent parent, who once was heard to exclaim, "Oh, Washington, if you were only good!" He loved music and delighted in the theatre, whither, in spite of his father's prejudices, the boy often betook himself, secretly, in company with his young comrade, Paulding. Irving's training was desultory, and his schooling ended at 16. This cutting short of the school days was due to the state of his health, in these early years, which forbade confinement or close association with books. Yet he read, and read intelligently, becoming familiar with the best, especially books of travel, voyages, and adventure. In his rambles about the city, for he lived much out of doors, he oftenest turned toward the docks, dreamily wandering among the piers and along the waterside, with mind apparently stirred by the sight of the shipping and the romantic suggestions of foreign lands. Up the Hudson, also, he wandered, into the highlands, and over all the countryside, until the suburbs of Manhattan and the picturesque region of the Catskills were familiar ground. Nevertheless, young Irving settled down more or less seriously to a professional career. Upon leaving school, he began the study of law. Tradition has it, however, that Irving's reading was more upon works of general literature than on those concerned with legal practice. His excursions continued. In 1798 he thoroughly explored that idyllic region of Sleepy Hollow, afterward immortalized in the sketch book. In 1800 he took an extended trip up the Hudson and into the Mohawk Valley. Although he had become, in 1802, a law clerk in the office of Josiah Hoffman, he was at least to outward appearance a good deal of an idler. He had always been fond of society and entered with zest into its pleasures. In the wide circle of his friendships he was a conspicuous and favorite figure, admired for his genial, happy gaiety, and for his warmth and kindliness of heart. His first contributions to literature were made at this time. In 1802 he published in the Morning Chronicle, a paper just established by his elder brother, Peter Irving, a series of letters signed Jonathan Oldstyle. These papers were in frank imitation of the Spectator and Tatler essays, full of boyish humor, and directed with the audacity of youth at some of the visible follies of the day. In 1804 Washington Irving was sent abroad by his brothers, who were anxious over the condition of his health. On this first visit Irving was absent a year and a half. He touched at the Mediterranean ports and incidentally enjoyed the experience of a real capture by pirates. He sojourned 4 months in Paris, and the same length of time in London. He made acquaintance with many distinguished people, and drank joyously of the romance of the Old World as found in its scenery, its manners, its languages, its literature, and its art. The experience was in every way broadening and educational. The youth became a man of the world. Pleased and stimulated as well as restored in health, he returned to America early in 1806. A year later Irving, together with his intimate friend James K. Paulding and his brother William Irving, joined in a rollicking bit of literary mystification, the publication, at irregular intervals, of a lively little journal entitled Salmagundi. This publication appeared anonymously throughout its successful career, which continued from January 1807 to January 1808, and included 20 numbers. The series was modeled upon the periodicals of Addison and Steele. The style was amateurish, the humor was of a coarser type, but it tickled the fancy of its readers from the start. Its modest program was announced in the first number. Our intention is simply to instruct the young, reform the old, correct the town, and castigate the age. 2 years later, in December 1809, appeared Irving's first notable work, the famous Knickerbocker History of New York. Its author was now 26 years old. He was still unsettled in his plans. Although admitted to the bar, he was not attracted to his profession, nor likely to make headway in its pursuit. The months just preceding had, moreover, been saddened by the experience of an overwhelming sorrow, and the depression of its shadow was not to be relieved for many years. Irving had become tenderly attached to the beautiful Matilda Hoffman, daughter of the gentleman in whose office he had followed the study of law. She was stricken with fatal illness, and with the gradual fading of her life in the almost constant presence of her devoted lover, the sunshine seemed to fade from the life of this hitherto light-hearted youth. It is a marvel that out of these months of doubt and gloom should have come a volume which is still recognized as the masterpiece of American humor. For as such the Knickerbocker History may fairly be ranked. This inimitable epic of the doughty Dutch burghers of New Amsterdam purports to be the serious work of Diedrich Knickerbocker, in whose mystifying personality considerable interest has been aroused by very ingenious advertisements preceding the publication of the book. In the broadly humorous pages of the narrative, Irving's lively imagination runs with reckless abandon. In the golden age of the settlement, the renowned Walter Van Twiller sits in ominous silence, lost in his doubts and in the cloud of smoke rising from his pipe, until he emerges from both these hazy envelopments to pronounce judgment in the affairs of the colony. His successor, William the Testy, wiry and waspish, in his broad skirted coat with its huge buttons, cocked hat stuck
on the back of his head and a cane as high as his chin, storms through the city, his soul burning like a vehement rushlight in his bosom, inciting him to incessant bickering and broils. Old Peter Stuyvesant, surnamed the Headstrong, brilliantly clad in brimstone-colored breeches, stumps with his wooden leg before his admiring people and valiantly leads his army against the Swedes in that most awful of battles, when the earth shook as if struck by a paralytic stroke. Trees shrunk aghast and withered at the sight. Rocks burrowed in the ground like rabbits, and even Christina Creek turned from its course and ran up a hill in breathless terror. There is greater significance in the appearance of the Knickerbocker History of New York than at first appears. From our modern point of view, it was the first American book. Not only was it the starting point of the Knickerbocker tradition, but it was pleasing testimony to the fact that even in the recently developed civilization of the New World, material existed which possessed true literary value, and that in the evolution of its artistic spirit, America had arrived where she might hope to produce works of the creative imagination, where her representatives might be recognized as men of letters, abroad as well as at home. While the lively humor of Knickerbocker proved unnecessarily irritating to some of the descendants of the Dutch heroes so cleverly caricatured by Irving, the good-natured laughter of the historian was understood and heartily echoed by most of Irving's contemporaries. In England, the history was read and applauded. It proved the introduction of Irving to the literary circle in which he was soon to mingle, and Sir Walter Scott declared that it was as good as the work of Jonathan Swift. He afterward told its author that he had read it aloud to his household, and that they had laughed over its pages till their sides were sore. Still, Irving remained undecided as to future plans of life. Uncongenial though it was, he became a partner with his brothers in the hardware business, for the most part attending to the interests of the firm outside of New York. He traveled much, and was a familiar as well as a welcome figure in the society of Philadelphia, Washington, and Baltimore. During the War of 1812 he bore himself patriotically, and offered his services to the state. He was, in fact, made governor's aide and military secretary, and was addressed as Colonel. In 1815, Washington Irving made his second trip to Europe, expecting to be absent but a few months. He remained abroad 17 years. He was occupied with the business affairs of the firm, which were at this time in a bad way. Still he found time for occasional visits to some of the principal towns of England, making congenial acquaintance with distinguished persons. It was in 1817 that he paid that visit of personal tribute to Walter Scott, which he has so charmingly described in the sketch of Abbotsford. With the business failure of Irving Brothers in 1818, a crisis came in the personal affairs of the younger brother, and Washington Irving betook himself more seriously to literary effort. The sketch book of Geoffrey Crayon, Esquire, was published in America in 1819. This first series contained the first 5 of the sketches, including Rip Van Winkle. The completed work appeared in 1820. It proved an instant success in America, and with its issue by a British publisher that same year, Irving's literary fame was established. The genial spirit, delicate humor, and graceful sentiment, together with its flowing diction, placed the sketch book among the best examples of this familiar essay type in our literature. Twice in this volume does Irving utilize for his sketches material drawn from the old Dutch associations of Manhattan and the highlands of the Hudson. In The Legend of Sleepy Hollow and Rip Van Winkle we recognize 2 masterpieces, our most popular classics in the field of the short story. Among the 30-odd papers which comprise the sketch book, there are several conceived in the old spirit of the Spectator essays, notably those on the Boar's Head Tavern, Westminster Abbey, rural funerals, the pride of the village, and the Angler. A group of studies dealing with the household pleasures of the holiday season at a typical English hall is particularly attractive, and is our first introduction to the environment which Irving chose as the setting of his next book, Bracebridge Hall. This volume followed in 1822, and 2 years thereafter the third in this series of sketch books, for all are modeled on the same general plan, the tales of a traveler. Irving's best work is found among these sketches and tales. The influence of Addison and of Goldsmith is obvious in the plan and in many details of this work, but the originality of Geoffrey Crayon is just as evident. The native vein which had been worked with such success in Rip Van Winkle was followed almost as successfully in Dolph Hayligger, and was drawn upon in Kidd the Pirate, The Devil and Tom Walker, and Wolfert Webber. These tales exhibit their author as a master in narrative, and are justly regarded as our earliest examples of that highly developed form of literature, the short story. If we choose to group the works of Irving according to their themes, it is easy to find an order of division. Following that first group of early essays, including the Knickerbocker History, the Sketch Book, Bracebridge Hall, and Tales of a Traveler (1809 24), we have a well defined period in the author's life during which his interest centres in the historical records of Spain. In 1826 Irving went to Madrid to make a translation of some important historical documents then appearing as extracts from the journals of Columbus. Impressed with the richness of this material bearing on the discovery of the New World, he determined to write a life of the great navigator. Thus the author of the Sketch Book, who had recounted with such charm the old Dutch traditions of his native land, creating for the valley of the Hudson an atmosphere of romance which has never vanished, became the first among American writers to draw upon that store of romantic legend and rich historic chronicle which, from the era of the Moors to that of the Discoverer, have given fascination and allurement to this poetic and picturesque land of Spain. Besides his Life and Voyages of Columbus (1828), and the Voyages and Discoveries of the Companions of Columbus (1831), his most serious undertakings, Irving wrote a Chronicle of the Conquest of Granada (1829), and most attractive of all the Spanish series, the Alhambra (1832). This last volume is another sketch book. For a period Irving dwelt within the walls of this historic structure, under the spell of its beautiful architecture and its romantic associations, haunting its marble halls, gazing from lofty windows over the surrounding landscape, or pacing at evening through its deserted gardens, melodious with the song of the nightingale. It is no wonder that his imagination kindled in the glow of ancient splendor until he wrote in poetic strain of the moonlit nights in this enchanted palace. In 1829 Irving had been pleasantly surprised by an appointment as Secretary of Legation to the Court of St. James. It had required, however, the urgency of his friends to induce him to accept the honor. Naturally diffident, he shrank from the public responsibilities of a diplomatic position. Moreover, several literary projects were engaging his attention. However, the poet, once assumed, proved agreeable, and until the fall of 1831 he continued in the position. It was during these last 2 years of official routine that the series of Spanish volumes was completed. In 1830 Irving had been awarded one of the two medals annually placed by George IV at the disposal of the Royal Society of Literature, to be given to authors of works of eminent merit. The historian Hallam received the other. Shortly thereafter the University of Oxford conferred upon the American writer the degree of D.L. In May, 1832, Irving, who had been longing for his native land, returned to America, distinguished and admired abroad, to find himself honored and beloved by his countrymen at home. The homecoming was signalized by a spontaneous outburst of hearty welcome which partly expressed itself in a public banquet tendered by the city of New York to her own humorous historian, the Dutch Herodotus Diedrich Knickerbocker, as the recipient was facetiously named in a toast. Greatly impressed by the development of his country during the years of his absence, Irving made an extended tour in the South and the West, pushing out into the wild regions of the Pawnee country on the waters of the Arkansas. In his Tour of the Prairies, 1835, the author describes the life of the ranger and the trapper as he saw it on this excursion. But the characteristic feature of this period in Irving's life is his establishment at Sunnyside, near Tarrytown on the Hudson. This comfortable little farm of earlier Dutch possession has, through its associations with our first conspicuous man of letters, acquired a fame almost as general as that attaching to the home of Scott. This American Abbotsford, as it is often called, was an ideal location for the residence of Knickerbocker. It was the old estate of the Van Tassels. Its comfortable stone cottage was humorously said to have been modeled after the cocked hat of Peter the Headstrong. At all events, a whimsical weathercock brought over from Rotterdam perched above its pretentious little tower, and ivy grown from a slip secured at Melrose Abbey clustered thickly over its walls. It was and is a charming place. Sleepy Hollow itself was hard by, and Sunnyside, in its owner's lifetime at least, had an atmosphere of retirement and seclusion delightfully congenial to the world-weary traveler. Here, surrounded by a bevy of nieces whose youth and spirits made the old Dutch cottage bright with laughter, Irving felt himself finally at home. So general and widespread was his popularity, however, that many attempts were made to induce Irving's entrance upon a public career. He was urged to accept nominations for the office of Mayor of New York and for a seat in Congress. He was even obliged to decline the portfolio of the Secretary of the Navy in President Van Buren's cabinet. The charms of Sunnyside and of his vivacious household held him fast. The literary work of these 10 years is comparatively unimportant. A Tour of the Prairies, 1835. Abbotsford and Newstead Abbey, 1835. Legends of the Conquest of Spain, 1836. Astoria, 1836. Adventures of Captain Bonneville, 1837, and sketches contributed to the Knickerbocker magazine complete the record. A lifelong project, to write the history of the conquest of Mexico, was during this period generously abandoned by Irving, when he learned that Prescott was contemplating such a plan, and this after long preparation, and while actually engaged upon the early chapters of the work. In 1842, Washington Irving was named by Daniel Webster, then Secretary of State under President Tyler, for the post of Minister to Spain. This honor Irving accepted, although with the regret of departure before him he was overheard murmuring to himself, "It is hard, very hard, yet I must try to bear it. God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb." After 4 years' residence at Madrid, Irving returned, once more eager for the quiet retirement of Sunnyside. In the congenial environment of his home it was now his pleasant lot to pass in comfort and in quiet the 13 years remaining to him. His Life of Goldsmith, 1849, Mahomet and his Successors, 1850, and his noteworthy Life of Washington, 1855 59, occupied these last years. In 1855, the sketches contributed some years before to the Knickerbocker magazine were published under the title of Wolfert's Roost. Irving's Washington represents the most serious labor of his entire career. Depreciated by many critics as without historical value, it has been praised by others. Its power and charm as a literary work have never failed of appreciation. These last years of Irving's life were happy and serene. There is a picturesque sketch of his personal appearance in one of the Easy Chair papers in Harper's Magazine, which describes the author of Knickerbocker on an autumnal afternoon tripping with an elastic step along Broadway, with low-quartered shoes neatly tied, and a Talma cloak, a short garment that hung from the shoulders like the cape of a coat. There was a chirping, cheery, old-school air in his appearance which was undeniably Dutch, and most harmonious with the associations of his writing. He seemed, indeed, to have stepped out of his own books, and the cordial grace and humor of his address, if he stopped for a passing chat, were delightfully characteristic. He was then our most famous man of letters, but he was simply free from all self-consciousness and assumption and dogmatism. It is this simplicity, this cheeriness of spirit, this native humor and cordial grace of address which most distinguish the man in his literary work. He is always amiable, a truly lovable soul. For obvious reasons, when we think of the sketch book and of Bracebridge Hall, we are reminded of the Spectator essays and Sir Roger de Coverley. But the spirit of Irving was more closely akin to that of Goldsmith than to that of Addison. If, however, I can, by lucky chance, in these days of evil, rub out one wrinkle from the brow of care, or beguile the heavy heart of one moment of sadness; if I can, now and then, penetrate the gathering film of misanthropy, prompt a benevolent view of human nature, and make my reader more in good humor with his fellow beings and himself, surely, surely, I shall not then have written entirely in vain. Such was the literary aspiration of Washington Irving as expressed in connection with his works which are best remembered. An aspiration, perhaps, not the most lofty which can impel a writer in the practice of his art, but one altogether worthy, and in its realization eminently deserving of the appreciation and gratitude of mankind. Full of years and modestly happy in his fame, Washington Irving died at Sunnyside, November 28, 1859. He was buried on a little elevation overlooking Sleepy Hollow, and commanding a view of the Hudson, so intimately connected with his writings and associated with his name. The writings of Washington Irving are not, in the largest sense, great, but they have the literary qualities that always charm and are always valued. The student in his reading of this author will be impressed with the gentleness, the geniality, the wholesome enjoyment in life, the hearty sympathy with all things human, which distinguish the winning personality of the man. He will note that the sources of Irving's material are almost entirely in the past, in history, biography, and tradition; also that the subjects which attracted his attention are romantic. His whimsical humor it was that first claimed public recognition, but this was more and more tempered by the delicate sentiment which gives to his sketches and tales their finest flavor. The mere humorist is without sentiment and is never romantic. Irving was an idealist and a lover of romance. One's reading of Irving will doubtless begin with the sketch book, probably with the world famous narrative Rip Van Winkle. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is a companion piece. Westminster Abbey should be compared with Addison's Visit to Westminster Abbey. Next take the sketches of English manners, Christmas, the Stagecoach, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the Christmas Dinner. These papers will furnish a pleasant introduction to the volume entitled Bracebridge Hall, into which the reader may dip at will, by no means feeling it necessary to read every sketch. 1. The Stout Gentleman should be carefully studied. It is one of Irving's most brilliant essays, and should be appreciated by the student.
The story of Dolf Heiliger, at the close of the volume, takes us back to the Dutch burghers of Manhattan and the legend haunted shores of the Hudson. The sketch entitled "The Author" at the opening of the volume and the author's farewell at its close should be included for the insight they afford into the personality of Irving himself. The tales of a traveler exhibit the writer in his most vivacious mood. Charmingly reminiscent of his visit with Scott is Irving's delightful sketch of Abbotsford. The Alhambra contains some of Irving's most attractive work. The imaginative and poetical qualities of his prose are found preeminently in this volume. The wonderful charm of his style in both narrative and descriptive writing is nowhere more in evidence than here. His descriptions of the historic structure, its gardens, its spacious courtyards, the orange and lemon trees silvery in the radiance of moonlight, its pavilions and arcades, the notes of guitar and lovers' serenades, the lulling patter of its fountains. These descriptions are more than sketches, they are word paintings which glow with color and fitly interpret the spirit of romance which abides in the locality and the theme. As example of Irving's more serious historical writing, the account of the discovery of land, Book III, Chapter IV, in the Life of Columbus, and at the landing of the discoverer, Book IV, Chapter I, are especially suggested. For illustrations of this author's humor in its most rollicking vein, the student is referred to the Knickerbocker History, Book III, Chapter I, which contains the description of Wouter van Twiller, and Book V, Chapters I and VIII, wherein the character of Peter the Headstrong is introduced, and the account given of the famous battle between the Dutch and the Swedes at the taking of Fort Christina. In reading Irving, the student may feel assured that he is giving his time to a writer who is not only a prince among entertainers, but one who may well serve as a model of prose style. As a master of English, Irving is well nigh incomparable among American authors. Certainly, for ease, fluency, vivacity, grace, and elegance, he is yet unsurpassed. The authoritative biography of Washington Irving is The Life, by Pierre M. Irving. In the American Men of Letters series, the volume on Irving is by Charles Dudley Warner. A briefer life of the author is that by H. W. Boynton in the Riverside Biographical series. A delightfully written sketch of Irving by George William Curtis may be found among the Easy Chair articles in Harper's Magazine, June, 1881, volume 63, page 145, and another in the same magazine, April, 1883, volume 66, page 790. An elaboration of the same material is included in Curtis's Literary and Social Essays, Harper's, page 239. An interesting English estimate is given in Thackeray's Nil Nisi Bonum, Roundabout Papers, or Harper's Monthly, March, 1860. The Critic, March 31, 1883, was published as an Irving centenary number. End of Part Two of Chapter 3. Part 3 of Chapter 3 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 3, Part 3. James Fenimore Cooper, 1789 to 1851. While the genius of Irving was winning for a newly developed American literature the recognition and respect of our kinsmen in England, his contemporary, James Fenimore Cooper, suddenly appeared in the field of letters to share in the distinction and the honor of widely recognized literary success. Our first notable writer of fiction, Cooper was in no sense a follower of the first American romancer, Charles Brockden Brown, nor an imitator of his fantastic and abnormal types. He stands rather as the originator of the novel of adventure in our literature, and is frequently termed the American Scott. It is remarkable that many of the best English novelists have begun their careers as professional story tellers almost by accident. This is true of Richardson and Fielding, the fathers of the modern novel, as it was of their great forerunner, Defoe. Walter Scott was driven to romancing in prose when Lord Byron invaded so successfully his chosen field of metrical romance. Dickens and Thackeray stumbled into fiction through the hedgerows of journalism. George Eliot had found a place for herself in letters before her talent for character creation was discovered. Cooper's experience was somewhat similar to that of Fielding, for the author of Joseph Andrews was provoked into novel writing by his impatience at the tediousness and unnaturalness of Richardson's Pamela. And our first American novelist of genius started upon his earliest venture to prove to his wife that he could write a better story than one that by chance he was trying to read. The secret of Cooper's success is the same as that of these others. Given the innate talent for narration, and the born storyteller will, whatever and whenever the exciting cause of his activity, in the fullness of time come to his own. James Fenimore Cooper was born in Burlington, New Jersey, September 15th, 1789, but before he was quite 1 year old his father removed his family to a most romantic homestead on the shore of Otsego Lake in central New York. It was the frontier of civilization in that day, and on the very edge of the interminable forest that stretched out over the western wilderness. The deer, the wolf, the wildcat, and the bear were familiar denizens of the still savage woods. The tribes of the Six Nations still held their powwows and followed the war path beneath its shade. The lonely cabins of more venturesome settlers were still exposed to the horrors of Indian attacks. The little village of Cooperstown itself exhibited all the various phases of pioneer life and character. Amid these scenes and in this vigorous atmosphere, the childhood of Cooper was passed. It is no wonder that the impressions of these early years should remain vividly painted on his memory to give realistic coloring to the picturesque tales of pioneer life which were later to be written. A second period of unconscious preparation came when, in 1806, having got himself expelled from Yale College through some outbreak of youthful folly in his junior year, he signed articles on board the merchant ship Sterling and entered upon a regular apprenticeship before the mast. A year later he secured a commission as midshipman in the United States Navy, and for 3 years followed the service on the Atlantic and the Lakes. In 1809 he was in command of the gunboats on Lake Champlain. Cooper resigned from the Navy in 1811, but his experiences on shipboard had made him master of material which he afterward used in 2 or 3 as admirable sea tales as ever were written. James Fenimore Cooper was 30 years old when he began to write. He was then living in Westchester County, not far from the city of New York, on what was known as the Angevin Farm, a beautifully situated estate commanding an extended view of the Sound. His resignation from the Navy 9 years before had been coincident with his marriage to a Miss Delancey, whose father, during the Revolutionary War, had supported the cause of the Crown. Cooper himself had not settled down to any definite vocation. Least of all had any thought of a literary career entered his head. The occasion which led to the writing of his first novel has been mentioned. "I believe I could
write a better story myself," he said, laying down an English novel which had come into his hand. "Try," said his wife. In November 1820 the novel Precaution was published. No one reads the book to day. It is doubtful if many of Cooper's contemporaries read it, but some of his friends seemed to find evidence of promise amid its crudities, and encouraged the author to go on. The next year he had something better to present them. This time it was The Spy, a tale of the Revolution. This famous novel had some foundation in historical fact. Cooper had heard from John Jay years before an account of a patriot spy who had been in his service during the war. This was the germ of the narrative. The story was vivid and impressive. It was full of local color. It appealed to the patriotism of readers. In many ways it was the best piece of fiction that had been produced in this country, and even permitted comparison with Scott. Its success was immediate and unprecedented at home, while in England its success was relatively as great. It was translated into French and then into other European languages. It was dramatized and long remained popular on the stage. Numerous imitations were inspired, and the hero of the novel, Harvey Birch, found a place in the popular heart. Between 1820 and 1830 Cooper produced 11 novels. The Pioneers, 1823, was the first of the famous series by reason of which Cooper holds his rank among the novelists. It was a labor of love, this attempt to interpret the picturesque life of the frontier, and with the final completion of the Leatherstocking Tales he had fairly performed the task. This great series, however, was not produced consecutively or in regular order. Cooper's fourth narrative was The Pilot, the first of his sea tales, and this appeared in January 1824. The Pilot was, like The Spy, an experiment, for the real romance of the sea had not been attempted, although the coarsely realistic stories of Smollett had indeed introduced the theme into English fiction. Scott's novel, The Pirate, had been published near the close of 1821, and as the author's identity was still concealed, the apparent familiarity with nautical terms displayed in that narrative occasioned much conjecture. It was declared that it must be the work of a seafaring man. Cooper maintained otherwise, and asserted that the author's ignorance of maritime affairs was betrayed by the book. He went further, and determined to write a sea story to prove his argument. The success of The Pilot was almost as brilliant as that of The Spy. For the first time, a genuine sea novel had been written, and in spite of some obvious defects, The Pilot remains to this day one of the best novels of its class. The principal characters, Colonel Howard, the American with Tory sympathies; Captain Burrowcliffe, the British officer; Captain Manuel of the Marines; the midshipman Mary; Boltrope, the quartermaster; and above all, Long Tom Coffin, the typical American sailor, are most happily drawn. The female characters, as Cooper would have designated the heroine and her companion, are, as is always the case in his narratives, inane and unreal. On the other hand, the actual hero of the story, John Paul Jones, who appears in disguise and is known only as the Pilot, is presented with considerable success. The character certainly maintains the impressiveness of the traditional hero of romance, and presents as commanding a figure as any produced in more recent attempts to portray this imposing personality of Revolutionary days. Thus was James Fenimore Cooper fairly launched on his career as a novelist. He wrote prolifically, becoming the author of some 30 works of fiction, of which perhaps a dozen may be called great novels. Besides those already named, Precaution, 1820, The Spy, 1821, The Pioneers, 1823, and The Pilot, 1824, the following are included in the list: Lionel Lincoln,
1825. The Last of the Mohicans, 1826. The Prairie, 1827. The Red Rover, 1828. The Wept of Wish ton wish, 1829. The Water Witch, 1830. The Bravo, 1831. The Headmaur, 1832. The Headman, 1833. The Monicans, 1835. Homeward Bound, 1838. Home as Found, 1838. The Pathfinder, 1840. Mercedes of Castile, 1840. The Deerslayer, 1841. The Two Admirals, 1842. Wing and Wing, 1842. Wyandotte, 1843. Afloat and Ashore, 1844. Miles Wallingford, 1844. Satanstow, 1845. The Chain Bearer, 1846. The Redskins, 1846. The Crater, 1847. Jack Tier, 1848. The Yoke Openings, 1848. The Sea Lions, 1849. And The Ways of the Hour, 1850. In addition to these narratives, Cooper was also the author of a History of the United States Navy, 1839, of a biography of one of his shipmates, Ned Myers, 1843, of tales contributed to Graham's Magazine, and of 10 volumes of travels. Cooper's literary work was interrupted variously. 7 years he spent in foreign residence. Owing to an abnormal sensitiveness to criticism and lack of self-control in the vigorous expression of his opinions, he established a reputation, not wholly merited, for unreasonableness, intolerance, and pugnacity. His unfortunate irascibility of temper precipitated quarrels. His belligerent patriotism was aroused by European criticism of American institutions, and the manner in which he expressed his protests aroused resentment abroad. No less irritating were his own criticisms passed upon some of our national defects and crudities, which he noticed after his return to the United States. Several of his novels were written in the spirit of satire solely as expressions of his censure. These are, naturally, his poorest works. He was bitterly criticized in the public press. To maintain his contentions he involved himself in lawsuits, and indeed won most of the suits. But he also won a most unpleasant notoriety, becoming in the highest degree unpopular both in America and England. And yet, with it all, Cooper was at heart a sincere, earnest, pure-hearted, truth-loving man of honor, a fearless and devoted patriot. Of undisputed power are the novels which comprise the famous Leatherstocking group, and it is mainly upon the merits of this remarkable series that Cooper's claim to distinction rests both at home and abroad. The character of the hero, Natty Bumppo, or Leatherstocking, portrayed from youth to old age, is unique in literature. Professor Lounsbury, the biographer of Cooper, declares it to be "perhaps the only great original character that American fiction has added to the literature of the world." It is a fact worthy of note that these Indian tales have been translated into nearly all, if not all, the languages of the civilized globe. When The Prairie was completed in 1827, 5 editions were published at the same time. 2 appeared in Paris, 1 in French and 1 in English, 1 in London, 1 in Berlin, and 1 in Philadelphia. But the most picturesque statement regarding the popularity of these novels abroad is found in a letter written in 1833 by Morse, the inventor of the electric telegraph. He says, "I have visited in Europe many countries, and what I have asserted of the fame of Mr. Cooper I assert from personal knowledge. In every city of Europe that I visited, the works of Cooper were conspicuously placed in the windows of every bookshop. They are published as soon as he produces them in 34 different places in Europe.
They have been seen by American travelers in the languages of Turkey and Persia, in Constantinople, in Egypt, at Jerusalem, at Ispahan." Unquote. The later years of the novelist's life were passed mainly on his estate at Cooperstown. Here, with many uncompleted literary projects in mind, some of them already begun, death came upon him September 14, 1851. The 15th of September would have been his 62nd birthday. On the 25th a public meeting was held in the City Hall, New York. Washington Irving presided, and a committee of prominent literary men was appointed to arrange for suitable memorial exercises. These exercises were held in Metropolitan Hall, February 25, 1852. The audience was representative of the culture of New York. Daniel Webster presided, and William Cullen Bryant delivered the memorial address, which was eloquent and just. No master of style in the large sense, Cooper did possess the one essential gift of a great novelist. He had a story to tell, and told it in such a fashion as to make it real. In narrative and description he was eminently successful. His word pictures of forest and prairie, of land fights and sea fights, of storm and wreck, are superb. The account of the pilots working the frigate from her perilous position on a treacherous coast, and the thrilling incident of the Ariel's wreck, are unsurpassed. Cooper was prolix. He moralized to excess on commonplace themes. His characters are often described as conventional rather than living personalities. Nevertheless, in his best narratives, interest rarely flags. He is fertile in incident, good in arousing suspense, and not too technical to be clear. The reader who today takes up the volumes of the Leatherstocking series in their proper order, the Deerslayer, the Last of the Mohicans, the Pathfinder, the Pioneers, and the Prairie, will not be disposed to question the preeminence of these tales in the field of native historical romance. If he adds to these an equal number of the sea tales, including The Pilot, The Red Rover, The Water Witch, The Two Admirals, Wing and Wing, he will find that the genius of Cooper does not suffer when brought in comparison with later storytellers who, many of them his imitators, are cultivating the romances of nautical adventure today. The Last of the Mohicans is the volume usually prescribed for reading in school courses. It is a pity that the pupil should not first read The Deerslayer, its predecessor in the series. As representative of the sea tales, either The Pilot or The Red Rover may be taken. The Spy will prove an interesting narrative for those who enjoy historical romance. While it is impossible satisfactorily to represent any novel by selections from it, the first 5 chapters of The Pilot will serve well to illustrate Cooper's style in narrative. So will chapters 27, 28, 29, and 30 of The Deerslayer. The first includes the account of the escape of the Ariel, the second that of Natty Bumppo's brief captivity among the Hurons. Both are thrilling incidents admirably narrated. For a review of Cooper's life and work, select the James Fenimore Cooper by Thomas R. Lounsbury. It is an ideally written biography, one of the best in the series of the American men of letters. A short sketch of Cooper is the volume by Clymer in the Beacon Biographies. Bryant's memorial address, in the volume of his orations and addresses, will repay the reference. The Atlantic Monthly for September 1907 contains an interesting article of Cooper by Brander Matthews. End of Part 3 of Chapter 3. Part 4 of Chapter 3 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard.
Chapter 3 Part 4 William Cullen Bryant 1794 to 1878. William Cullen Bryant, first of our American classic poets, was born November 3, 1794, at Cummington, in the beautiful hill region of western Massachusetts. His father, Peter Bryant, of Puritan descent, was a physician and surgeon, a country doctor of the old school, skilled by experience, self-forgetful and self-sacrificing. He was a man of literary tastes, and not alone encouraged his son in the development of his talent, but was himself an occasional writer of verse. For several terms he served in the state legislature as representative and as senator. He was revered for his high ideals and was widely known as the good and learned Dr. Bryant. Mrs. Bryant, a descendant of John Alden of the Plymouth Colony, was a woman of great energy and keen moral sense, thoroughly representative of the sturdy New England type. With remarkable persistency, she kept a diary for 53 solid years, in itself a moving testimony to her conscientious, practical character. Each year had its little volume, the paper being sometimes cut and bound by her own hands, and sewed with linen thread of her own spinning. One entry in the diary reads as follows: Monday, 3. Stormy. Wind northeast. Churned. Unwell. 7 at night. A son born. And this brief note records the birth of William Cullen Bryant. As an infant, the future poet was frail and sickly. Gathering strength as he grew, he began early to take unusual delight in the beautiful environment of his country home. Surrounded by rugged hills, the Hoosac Range not far distant, amid the narrow, winding valleys with their rushing mountain streams, and great tracts of woodland, solemn and grand, the boy became a lover of nature. As a child, he prayed that he might be a poet. He was precocious, knew his letters before he was 2 years old, and was placed in school at 4. At 9 he was writing little poems, and paraphrased a part of the Book of Job. In these efforts William Cullen was encouraged and criticized by his father, who taught my youth the art of verse, and in the bud of life offered me to the Muses. At 13 he composed a satire, The Embargo, which Dr. Bryant thought worthy of publication. This composition, aimed at the President, Thomas Jefferson, after one of the unpopular acts of his administration, appeared in print at Boston in 1808, but was afterward discarded by the poet. The family was now living with Mrs. Bryant's parents on the farm belonging to Ebenezer Snell, a stern, rigorous Puritan, who nevertheless was not without the grace of humor, and the influence of Grandfather Snell was strong in the development of the growing boy. The activities of farm life proving too laborious for William's strength, he welcomed the opportunity to secure a college education. In 1809 he was sent to the home of an uncle, a clergyman in North Brookfield, to begin the study of Latin. In 8 months he had mastered the grammar, had read the New Testament, all of Virgil, and the orations of Cicero. The next year he attended a school in Plainfield to learn Greek, to which he gave himself, as he says, with his whole soul. In September 1810 Bryant entered Williams College as a sophomore. The experience of college life was brief, however, for at the end of 7 months the student, dissatisfied with the limited advantages then offered by the institution, withdrew from Williams, expecting to enter Yale College in the fall, but this anticipation was not realized, as Dr. Bryant found it impossible to furnish the means necessary to go on. And the period of Bryant's student life, to his own lasting regret, was thus abruptly terminated. Bryant's poetical talents were not, however, allowed to lie dormant. In his father's library he found several volumes of the contemporary English poets, which stimulated his imagination and directly influenced his own expression. From an early age he had read Cowper with delight. He was familiar with Thomson's Seasons. He now read Southey and Kirke White, and it is worthy of note that Blair's morbid but remarkable poem, The Grave, which he discovered at this time, moved him with melancholy pleasure. It must have been during this period, in the autumn of 1811, as the poet recalled it, that Thanatopsis was composed. At the close of 1811, Bryant became a law student in an office at Worthington. While diligent in his legal studies, poetry still allured him, and nature's hold upon his affections was strengthened by a new experience. Bryant now read Wordsworth for the first time. The lyrical ballads fell into his hands, and, as he said in later life to his friend Richard Henry Dana, "A thousand springs seemed to gush up at once in my heart, and the face of nature of a sudden to change into a strange freshness of life." This influence of the English poet, the supreme interpreter of nature and chief apostle of simplicity and naturalness in verse, is to be recognized not as setting a new model for the Western poet, but as confirming in his mind the truthfulness and value of conceptions already there. Now he learned what nature herself might mean to a genuinely poetic spirit, and a new world lay open before him. He knew that he, too, had received the gift of poetry. Yet he pursued his law studies to their natural close, and in 1815 was admitted to the bar. Bryant's 21st birthday fell in November 1815. On an afternoon in December following, the newly fledged lawyer trudged across the hills 7 miles to the village of Plainfield, where it was decided that he should begin the practice of his profession. His spirit was depressed, his ambition seemed thwarted. In the previous year he had written to a friend these lines: "And I, that loved to trace the woods before, and climb the woods a playmate of the breeze, have vowed to tune the rural lay no more, have bid my useless classics sleep at ease, and left the race of bards to scribble, starve, and freeze." We may well imagine that the dreariness of the wintry landscape on that December afternoon reflected the doubt and despondency of Bryant's mood. Then came a glorious sunset, and as the young man gazed at the rosy splendor of the clouds, a solitary bird appeared winging its flight along the horizon. Bryant watched it out of sight, and that evening, in his new abiding place, he wrote his imperishable lines to a waterfowl with its tender close: "He who, from zone to zone, guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight, in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps aright." 3 months later Bryant removed to Great Barrington, settled down to his profession, and definitely abandoned all idea of being a poet. Meanwhile there occurred an event which makes very notable record in the history of American literature. Among his Boston acquaintance, Dr. Bryant numbered Mr. Phillips, one of the editors of the new North American Review, and by that gentleman he was asked to invite his son, William Cullen Bryant, to contribute to the magazine. To this invitation there came no immediate response from the law office in Great Barrington, but Dr. Bryant, looking through a drawer in an old desk at Cummington, came upon some of the verse which his son had left there at his departure. Among the manuscripts he found the poems Thanatopsis and the inscription for the entrance to a wood. It was a dramatic discovery. It is said that the poet's father was so affected by what he had found that he ran with the poems to an appreciative neighbor, burst into tears, and exclaimed, "Oh, read that! It is Cullen's." Without consulting their author, Dr. Bryant immediately copied the poems, took them to Boston, and placed them in the editor's hands. When Phillips read Thanatopsis to Richard Henry Dana, associate editor of the North American, the latter remarked, with a smile, "Ah, Phillips, you have been imposed upon.
No one on this side of the Atlantic is capable of writing such verses." However, the two poems appeared in the Review for September 1817. As already stated, Bryant had written Thanatopsis, as nearly as he could recollect, in 1811. Through some impulse of self distrust or of diffidence, he had refrained from submitting these unusual lines to his father, whose kindly criticism he had commonly invited, and they had lain thus hidden for 6 years. The poem was a marvelous production for a boy of 17. The solemn view of death, so calm and self controlled in its presentation, so universal and elemental in its stately setting. When published in the Review, the poem lacked its formal introduction, the exhortation to "list to Nature's teachings," nor did it then possess the familiar lines of its present effective conclusion. The poem began with what is now line 17, "Yet a few days," and ended with line 66, "and make their bed with thee," but it did include those sonorous verses: "Yet not to thine eternal resting place Shalt thou retire alone, nor couldst thou wish Couch more magnificent. Thou shalt lie down with patriarchs of the infant world, With kings, the powerful of the earth, The wise, the good, fair forms, and hoary seers Of ages past, all in one mighty sepulchre. The hills rock ribbed and ancient as the sun, The vales stretching in pensive quietness between, The venerable woods, rivers that move in majesty, And the complaining brooks that make the meadows green, And poured round all, old ocean's gray and melancholy waste, Are but the solemn decorations all of the great tomb of man." Marvelous indeed it was that one so young could rise to such lofty thought and find such impressive phraseology for its expression. And no less wonderful that this youth, roaming the woods alone, should command such skill in the use of blank verse, the resonant voice of which has eluded many a clever versifier. In the face of this achievement, we can only recall the general precocity of Bryant's earlier youth, and his enjoyment of the poet Cowper. Similar comment may be passed upon the second of these two poems, the inscription for the entrance to a wood. Though expressive of a lighter, less solemn mood, it does not fall in excellence below its companion piece. It speaks of calm tranquillity and deep contentment. The forest shades are still the abode of gladness. The thick roof of green and stirring branches is alive and musical with birds. The rivulet sends forth glad sounds, and tripping o'er its bed of pebbly sands, or leaping down the rocks, seems, with continuous laughter, to rejoice in its own being. A prompt request for further contributions brought forth in the following year an essay on American poetry, which is entitled to rank at least as the first attempt by an American writer in the field of literary criticism. In it the writer emphasized the truth that for literature to be national it must be natural, and must originate, without imitation, in the sincere personal expression of individual genius. Personal experiences which deeply concerned the poet occurred in quick succession. In 1820 Dr. Bryant died, and Bryant's Hymn to Death was completed by a noble tribute to his father's memory, infused with more of personal feeling than had characterized the poems just described. In June of the following year came the poet's marriage to Miss Fanny Fairchild, a farmer's daughter, whose virtues had inspired the lines, "O fairest of the rural maids," in which Poe saw the first true poem written by Bryant. Shortly after his marriage, the poet was honored with an invitation from the Phi Beta Kappa Society of Harvard College to read a poem at the coming commencement.
Such was the occasion of Bryant's first visit to Boston and Cambridge, and his first presentation to the men who were at that time leaders in American scholarship and in literary taste. The poem read was The Ages. Its theme is the progress of man through the centuries and the triumph of virtue and liberty in the New World. It is composed in the Spenserian stanza, is, on that account perhaps, somewhat artificial in its effect, and falls below the standard of Bryant's best work. Yet the poem was heartily received and, in the minds of many of his hearers, The Ages placed its author at the very head of American poets. One result of this visit was the beginning of a warm and intimate friendship between Bryant and Richard Henry Dana, a friendship which continued unbroken until death. A second result was the publication, through the influence of Dana and Phillips, of the first volume of Bryant's verse. This appeared in 1821. It was a small pamphlet of 44 pages, bound in brown paper boards, and containing the following 8 poems: The Ages, To a Waterfowl, translation of a fragment of Simonides, written apparently while Bryant was in college; The Inscription for the Entrance to a Wood, The Yellow Violet, Song, The Hunter of the West, Green River, and Thanatopsis. While not all of Bryant's compositions to that time are included, these poems were representative of his best work, and 5 of them were never surpassed by any subsequent composition. Thanatopsis now appeared in its completed form, the conclusion having been added, possibly to meet some criticism which had deplored the purely pagan sentiment of the poem in its earlier form. The poet continued to publish, his work appearing at intervals in the Review and also in The Idle Man, a short-lived periodical established by Richard Henry Dana in New York. In 1823 he began regularly to send his verse to a new magazine in Boston, the United States Literary Gazette, which, under the editorship of Theophilus Parsons, had a distinguished although brief career. From this magazine the poet received and accepted an offer of $200 a year for his verse, to average 100 lines a month. In 3 years Bryant published in its columns between 20 and 30 poems, among which were The Massacre of Scio, Rizpah, The Rivulet, March, Summer Wind, Monument Mountain, Autumn Woods, To a Cloud, and A Forest Hymn. In 1825 Bryant withdrew from the practice of law, and in response to the urgency of friends, removed to New York. Here he assumed editorial charge of a new literary publication somewhat heavily weighted by the title of The New York Review and Athenaeum Magazine. To its first issue the poet contributed A Song of Pitcairn's Island. The same number contained also a poem by Dana and Halleck's now familiar poem, Marco Bozzaris. Besides Halleck and Dana, the literary men of New York, among them Paulding, Willis, and James Fenimore Cooper, became his friends and associates. The city atmosphere was not altogether congenial, nor were the professional ideals of some in the group so high as Bryant's. They did not take the art of verse so seriously as he who deemed the poet's exercise anything but the pastime of a drowsy summer day. His poems during this period still breathed the love of nature, and frequently he journeyed back to his Massachusetts hills for the freshening of the old environment. The career of the magazine was closed in 1827, but Bryant's editorial course was only beginning. He was offered a position on the staff of the New York Evening Post, founded in 1801 by Alexander Hamilton, and at this time the best established of the metropolitan newspapers. In 1829 he became editor in chief. Thereafter, financially independent, with a political influence national in its scope and a growing reputation as the foremost American journalist, he lived his long and useful life,
absorbed in the exacting duties of his profession, universally esteemed and honored by his countrymen, but finding little time for poetic utterance, and producing nothing that compares in beauty or power with the compositions of his earlier years. In 1832 the poet published a volume of his collected pieces, 89 in all. Here were gathered all of his early poems which he cared to preserve and those contributed to magazines, including a group of compositions which had appeared in the Talisman, a miscellany of prose and verse published under Bryant's supervision as an annual in 1828, 1829, and 1830. Of this group only two poems, "The Past" and "The Evening Wind," are worthy of note. The first was considered by the poet one of his very best. Poe greatly admired the second, which has been said to be less a description than the very thing itself which it describes. The Song of Marion's Men and the exquisite lines to the Fringed Gentian were first published in the volume of 1832. During the 45 years which followed, Bryant's further compositions hardly equaled in amount the verse included in this collection. Bryant traveled much. Three times he visited the Middle West, whither his brothers and their mother had removed after Dr. Bryant's death in 1820. The family was established in central Illinois. The poet's first visit was in 1832. It was in the pioneer period, and the country was still to a large extent picturesque and primitively wild. The unshorn fields, boundless and beautiful, profoundly impressed his mind. The journey on horseback across the prairies was the inspiration of one of his finest descriptive poems. Here he pictures the encircling vastness swept by the shadow of the clouds, aflame with tossing golden flowers, and still the haunt of wolf and deer. His imagination was stirred also with visions of the future. He saw the "advancing multitude" following fast upon those who had begun already to till and tame this rich garden soil of the waiting West. An interesting incident of the journey was his chance meeting with a company of Illinois volunteers led by a tall, uncouth lad, on their way to help put down an Indian uprising under the famous chief Black Hawk. The young captain, whose homely awkwardness and breezy humor had aroused Bryant's interest, was introduced to him as "young Abe Lincoln." 30 years later Mr. Bryant himself had the pleasure of introducing Mr. Lincoln to a great audience in New York City as a candidate for the presidency of the United States. In later years the editor of the Evening Post made several trips to Europe, one of which included a tour of Egypt and the Holy Land. The letters sent by him to his paper, descriptive of his travels, were published under the titles "Letters of a Traveler" (1850) and "Letters from the Far East" (1869). For practically 50 years William Cullen Bryant was a distinguished citizen of New York. His position as a leading representative of American letters became more and more conspicuous in spite of the infrequency of his verse. He was one of the most successful of public speakers, and on occasions demanding oratory of an exceptional excellence, he was the natural choice. His most notable addresses were those delivered at the meetings commemorating the work of Cooper, Irving, and Halleck. In all his utterances, private as well as public, two qualities characterized Bryant: dignity and modesty. At a remarkable banquet given in honor of his 70th birthday in 1864, an occasion signalized by the presence and speech of Emerson, and by poetical tributes from the distinguished contemporary poets of Cambridge and Boston, Bryant modestly described himself as one who has carried a lantern in the night, and who perceives that its beams are no longer visible in the glory which the morning pours around him. At 73 the poet began to translate the Iliad in blank verse.
4 years later, at the end of 1871, both the Iliad and the Odyssey were finished, and Bryant's excellent translation of Homer was published. The poet's old age was vigorous and hale. From youth he had been compelled to take unusual care of his health. He adopted strict rules regarding diet and exercise. He rose early and regularly spent between 1 and 2 hours in exercising with dumb bells and bar. It was his invariable practice without regard to weather to walk to and from his office in the city, and he discarded the use of the elevator. Bryant was not tall, but erect and well proportioned. In old age his appearance was distinguished and everywhere commanded reverence. His leonine head, long silvery hair, and beard made him a venerable figure. He was always courtly, always dignified. To those who did not know through intimacy his great kindness of spirit and his genial nature, Bryant seemed cold and austere. Readers of his poems do not need to be told that the religious feeling typical of the Puritan was strong and vital. Besides his residence in the city, Mr. Bryant owned two fine country homes. One was the Snell homestead in Cummington, to which he returned for a short period every year. The other was an estate at Roslyn, Long Island, acquired in 1843, wherein a spacious, old-fashioned mansion, dating almost from Revolutionary times, he made his principal residence. He took especial delight in farm and garden, personally superintending the care of both and experimenting with fruits and flowers. Here he delighted to receive his friends, and here he unostentatiously entertained many a distinguished visitor from abroad. Mrs. Bryant died in 1866. The poet's death occurred 12 years later. The circumstances were peculiar. A statue to the Italian patriot, Mazzini, was unveiled in Central Park on the 29th of May. Bryant delivered the address. He spoke bareheaded, the sun shining directly upon him. It was unusually warm for the season, and when he had finished he appeared exhausted. After the exercises the poet walked across the park with an old friend and ascended the steps of the latter's house. But as he entered the vestibule he fell suddenly backward through the open door, striking his head on the stone platform. The results were fatal. A fortnight later he died at his own home in his 84th year. The funeral services were held in New York. Then with simple exercises this poet was buried by the side of his wife at Roslyn. The love of nature is preeminently the theme of Bryant's verse, and his characteristic treatment of this theme is in connection with the elemental experiences, life and death. He is our recognized poet of the forest. No other American singer has interpreted so impressively as he the mystery and sanctity of the woods. To him the woodland solitude was eloquent of majesty and monition, of benevolence and sympathy. The groves were God's first temples, fit shrine for humble worshipper to hold communion with his Maker. Bryant is both descriptive and reflective in his verse. He is often called the American Wordsworth, because he resembled the great English poet in these traits. But Bryant was never an imitator of Wordsworth or of any other poet. He was distinctly original in choice of themes, and true to his own native personality in his expression. He was faithful to the scenes with which he was familiar and to the spirit of what he himself had observed. In A Winter Piece, for example, a poem which in its beginning contains many suggestions of Wordsworth's Tintern Abbey, the atmosphere is unmistakably that of the Massachusetts woods in winter. The snowbird twitters on the beechen bough, the partridge nestles beneath the hemlock, the rabbit, fox, and raccoon have left their tracks in the snow, smoke wreaths rise among the maples where the sap is being gathered in brimming pails. The woods ring with the stroke of the axe, and with the first breath of spring Lodged in sunny cleft, where the cold breezes come not, blooms alone the little windflower, whose just opened eye is blue as the spring heaven it gazes at. The poet is wont to feel the serious and chastening aspect of these scenes, and the spirit of his brooding is often tinged with melancholy. He sings: "The melancholy days are come, the saddest of the year, of wailing winds and naked woods and meadows brown and sere." But this tender poem was intensely personal, and was inspired by the death of a dear sister. There are other poems in which an entirely different spirit is manifested, as "The Planting of the Apple Tree," and that rollicking bird song, "Robert of Lincoln." Nor could anything be cheerier than the musical lines of that beautiful descriptive poem, "Green River." This descriptive quality in Bryant's compositions must not be overlooked. It is an important feature of his verse. We get exquisite illustration of it in the two flower poems, "The Yellow Violet" and "To the Fringed Gentian." Both these poems are like many of Wordsworth's in their simplicity and in the little moral lessons which they convey, a characteristic resented by some critics as an intrusion or a defect, although the imaginative insight of each descriptive touch is disputed by nobody. It is, of course, the reflective poems which have given to Bryant his lasting fame. For various reasons the early composition, "Thanatopsis," overshadows all the others. The universality of its theme, its passionless exaltation of spirit, its rugged and lofty eloquence, its diction so calm, so austere and elemental, place it yet among the great poetical expressions of the race. The "Hymn to Death" is an amplification of the same theme in less impressive setting, although the utterance of a personal grief gives pathos to its close. In "A Forest Hymn," which completes this remarkable trilogy of poems on the mortality of man, the poet's idea shapes itself more clearly. Death is indeed universal. Lo! all grow old and die. But life is ever reappearing. There is not lost one of earth's charms. After the flight of centuries, the freshness of her far beginning lies and yet shall lie. Life mocks the idle hate of his arch enemy, Death. The Saxon element predominates in Bryant's verse. His style is simple, sometimes severe, yet always fitting. What crispness of diction do we find, for instance, in the oft quoted stanza: "Truth, crushed to earth, shall rise again. The eternal years of God are here. But error, wounded, writhes in pain, and dies among his worshippers." Bryant commonly used the so called iambic 10-syllabled line. When he employed the stanza, it was usually the 4 lines of alternating rhymes, known as the quatrain. But Bryant was at his best in blank verse, which he used with a facility and power of expression unsurpassed by any other American poet. The volume of Bryant's poetry is comparatively small, and its range of subjects is somewhat narrow. He is called stern and cold by many of the critics, and it is true, as they point out, that the poet lacked humor, and his poetry passion. And yet in spite of these and other limitations, a high estimate must be placed upon the value of Bryant's work, and on its significance in the development of our national literature. He was original, natural, and sincere. He drew his inspiration not from the poets he read, but direct from nature as he saw her, in the mountains and the valleys, the trees, the brooks, and the flowers of his New England home. He proved that native themes were as poetical in America as in England, and that the true poet finds his material at his hand. In his poems, as in his profession and private life, he celebrated the virtues typical of the Puritan: truth, purity, moral earnestness, reverence, and faith. He wrote a few poems which must remain a permanent possession in our literature, and what is, after all, more notable yet, he laid a safe and substantial foundation for American verse. The poem Thanatopsis calls for careful study, not only that the student may accurately grasp its central thought, its message, but also that he may really appreciate the superb quality of its diction as shown in the choice of words and molding of phrases. The inscription for the entrance to a wood should be compared with it. To a waterfowl, the yellow violet, and to the fringed gentian may be read in connection, and the poet's manner of pointing a moral lesson noted. Wordsworth's poem to the small celandine might be read for comparison, also Freneau's stanzas on the wild honeysuckle. Other of Bryant's descriptive poems, like Green River, The Prairies, and The Evening Wind, should be read with especial reference to the spirit and truthfulness of the description. The Song of Marion's Men, The Massacre at Scio, Not Yet, and Our Country's Call exhibit another phase of Bryant's verse. The Planting of the Apple Tree and Ropard of Lincoln illustrate still another. A Lifetime is of interest as a summary of the poet's experiences, and the poet as an expression of his own ideal. A Forced Hymn, The Death of the Flowers, and The Flood of Years, 1876, are too important to be omitted from the list, and it is hoped that the study of Bryant's life will have aroused a desire to read most, if not all, of the poems mentioned in the preceding pages. The only complete edition of Bryant's poems is that edited by Parke Godwin, his associate on the Evening Post and his son-in-law, published by Appleton. Mr. Godwin is also the author of the authoritative biography of the poet, Appleton. A more compact biography is the interesting William Cullen Bryant, by John Bigelow, in the American Men of Letters series, Houghton Mifflin Company. The most recent life of Bryant is that by William A. Bradley, in the English Men of Letters series, Macmillan. Critical comment will be found in E. P. Whipple's Literature and Life, Stedman's Poets of America, and Richardson's American Literature. There are poetical tributes to Bryant by Stedman, Stoddard, Whittier, Holmes, and Lowell, with the stirring lines of Lowell's birthday offering, On Board the 76. Read also his humorous characterization of Bryant in A Fable for Critics, 1848. End of Part 4 of Chapter 3. End of Chapter 3. Part 1 of Chapter 4 of A Student's Guide to American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 4 Philosophy and Romance. Section 1 The Literary Development of New England. The literary achievements of the Knickerbocker group of writers were practically accomplished by 1850. During the larger part of that first half century, there had been no question of the literary predominance of New York. New England had played, comparatively, an inconspicuous part in the field of national literature. A few of Longfellow's earliest poems were published previous to 1830, and some of Whittier's also, but it was really nearer 1840 than 1830 that either obtained general recognition as a poet. Emerson's first series of essays was published in 1841, and Hawthorne's Mosses from an Old Manse in 1846. The Scarlet Letter did not appear until 1850. It was nevertheless a period of intellectual activity. In Boston and Cambridge, new ideas were stirring the minds of the thinkers, and throughout the New England states, which were advancing rapidly in material prosperity, by the establishment of manufacturing interests and the building up of a rich trade with the East Indies, the intellectual life of the people was feeling the stimulus of its own energy in rather remarkable degree. The first phase of this new awakening is recognized in the so-called Unitarian movement, which spread over New England during the early years of the century. Opposition to the Calvinistic doctrines of the Presbyterian and other orthodox denominations had existed in the colonies even in Revolutionary times, but it was not till near the end of the 18th century that this opposition assumed the aspect of an important religious controversy. The arena in which John Cotton and his grandson, Cotton Mather, Roger Williams, and the many lesser controversialists of the colonial period had waged their theological battles was again the scene of an intellectual and religious agitation which in its immediate effects and subsequent influence was more far-reaching even than that celebrated movement of the preceding century, the Great Awakening of 1734 44. In 1805, Harvard College, the fountainhead of New England literature, elected a Unitarian as professor of divinity. By the end of the first decade, nearly every prominent congregational pulpit in eastern Massachusetts was held by a preacher of Unitarian doctrine. The Theological Seminary at Andover was founded in 1807 to combat the new teaching. Moses Stuart (1780 1852) and Leonard Woods (1774 1854) became famous as teachers in this institution and as defenders of the Orthodox creed. Lyman Beecher (1775 1863), the father of Henry Ward Beecher and Harriet Beecher Stowe, was the ablest and best known champion of orthodoxy in New England. In 1826 he was called from his church in Litchfield, Connecticut, to a prominent Boston pulpit, that he might have a position on the firing line. The recognized leader of the Unitarians was William Ellery Channing, who was born at Newport, Rhode Island, and received his education at Harvard. He became the minister of a Boston parish in 1803. Cultured, eloquent, and a persuasive writer, he became famed throughout New England for his oratorical gifts and as a theologian. In seriousness of purpose and in purity of character, Channing represented the strength and virtue of the old Puritan stock. His portrait, presenting him in the conventional black gown of the clergyman, with the white bands at the neck, shows a face highly intellectual and refined, with features delicate, spiritual, almost ascetic in their type. The influence of Dr. Channing was strongly felt. A sermon preached by him at an ordination in Baltimore in 1819 is especially famous as a rallying cry of Unitarianism. "Prove all things, hold fast that which is good," was his text. The sacredness of the individual conscience and the freedom of individual thought was his theme. While his writings are largely controversial, he was also a graceful essayist, and his literary influence was felt by contemporary writers who were stirred by his thought and passion. A second phase of this quickening in the intellectual life of New England appears in the development of Transcendentalism. Closely allied with the religious movement just described, and including many prominent Unitarians within its circle, Transcendentalism, nevertheless, was not Unitarianism. The latter was a religious movement. It grew into the liberal denominations of the present day. Transcendentalism designates a school of abstract thought, a philosophy general in its application to life and conduct. It was distinctly local in its development. This new school of abstract ideas arose among the intellectual leaders of Boston and Cambridge during the second and third decades of the century. The teachings of German and French philosophy, the influence of Goethe, of Coleridge, and Carlyle had a part in its origin. The Transcendentalists were idealists. They opposed materialism in every form. They regarded matter as an appearance and thought as the reality. The old Platonic system, the doctrine of "ideas," was practically the basis of their belief. They emphasized the necessity of the individual and the free expression of the individual mind. They chose to be led by the inner light. "The highest revelation is that God is in every man," said Emerson. "I believe in this life. I believe it continues. As long as I am here, I plainly read my duties as writ with pencil of fire." They thought and talked and wrote upon the truths which cannot be demonstrated, which lie beyond the sphere of the established, which transcend human experience and ordinary knowledge. They were deeply intent upon reform, social, civil, and religious. They were philanthropic in purpose, and members of the group were often associated in schemes for the betterment of society, which usually proved utopian dreams. In July 1840, a quarterly periodical was started by the Transcendentalists as the organ of their views, at first under the editorship of Margaret Fuller, a talented but visionary woman, whose name is prominently associated with the movement, and later under that of Emerson. The Dial ran its honorable course for about 4 years, when it was discontinued for lack of financial support. To this famous magazine Emerson contributed essays and poems, while others of the coterie, Bronson, Alcott, George Ripley, Theodore Parker, James Freeman Clarke, and Henry David Thoreau, were among its best known writers. Carlyle's comment upon the early numbers of the Dial is probably suggestive of the general attitude of those outside the circle toward these enthusiastic idealists. "But it is all good and very good as a soul, wants only a body, which want means a great deal." Many of the new views were far from clear, and many hapless failures resulted from these utopian experiments. At the same time some practical progress was made, and through this campaign of debate, in more than one direction, was built the road to reform. In 1841 an ideal community, one of several such experiments, was established by some of these enthusiasts at Brook Farm in West Roxbury, 9 miles from Boston. George Ripley was the promoter and leader of the movement. It attracted some whose names were to be well known in later days. The young George William Curtis was an interested member, and so was Charles A. Dana, afterward the distinguished editor of the New York Sun. For a time, also, Nathaniel Hawthorne was a member of the colony, and, 10 years later, utilized some phases of his experience in the Blithedale Romance. Emerson was interested, and an occasional visitor, although not an active Brook farmer himself. The experiment was not altogether a failure. There were difficulties all along, but for 5 years the community flourished, demonstrating the possibilities of a simple, rational method of living, until, in 1846, there came a disastrous fire, and soon afterward the farm was sold. The general influence of the thought and labors of the Transcendentalists was stimulating in high degree the intellectual and moral growth of the period, in spite of the numerous "isms" which flourished among them. It stirred the minds of men, and in general wrought for culture and for philanthropic and progressive measures. It enlisted the eager enthusiasm of young Lowell in temperance reform, and for a brief period in the agitation for woman suffrage. It labored with Whittier and Garrison and Phillips in the cause of abolition. It reflected the intellectual activity of Emerson, and if Longfellow, Holmes, and Lowell, in maturer life, were not personally identified with the cult, their ideas were indirectly colored by the influence which Transcendentalism set afoot. It was an important current in New England culture and was significant of what Mr. Barrett Wendell has appropriately called the Renaissance of New England. Of this latter phase of the movement, Ralph Waldo Emerson is the distinguished representative. A leader among these students of ideas, a preacher of moral and intellectual truths, a poet, a philosopher, a teacher, his influence upon the intellectual life of New England was stimulating in the extreme, while the effect of his writings on American thought and letters can hardly be reckoned. Among the minor authors in this interesting group, there are 3 or 4 that call for comment, although necessarily brief. George Ripley, 1802 1880, was a Harvard graduate, and in 1826 became minister of a Unitarian society in Boston. He became conspicuous as a leader among the Transcendentalists with the founding of the Brook Farm community, was active as a writer, and together with Charles A. Dana edited the New American Cyclopedia, 1857 68. Like others of the Brook Farm colonists, Ripley enjoyed the helpful friendship of Horace Greeley, and wrote, under Greeley's patronage, scholarly reviews for the New York Tribune. He made, however, no permanent contribution to literature. Amos Bronson Alcott (1799 1888), famous for his eccentricities and for the unintelligibility of his mystical utterances, set out at 15 as a peddler. With the design of adding to the family income, he traveled through a part of the South, but returned with an empty pack and $400 in debt. This experience was typical of later ones. He was nothing if not unpractical. At 26, he tried school teaching in Connecticut, but his peculiar ideas kept him moving from place to place. It is only fair to add that many of Alcott's original methods are established principles in the school systems of today. In 1834 he opened a school in Boston, which lasted for 5 years. Attracted by Emerson's presence in Concord, Mr. Alcott removed thither. The most extreme notions of the Transcendental Brotherhood were pushed by him beyond the extreme. With an idea of improving upon the Brook Farm experiment, he organized a new community at Fruitlands. His idealism was so strong that he would not permit cankerworms to be disturbed, and forbade the planting of such vegetables and roots as grow downward instead of upward into the air. After the failure of this communistic experiment, he held select conversations, which became a settled institution in Concord. Like Emerson, he traveled to some extent in the West, holding conversations and expounding the transcendental ideas. To the Dial he contributed his Orphic sayings, which aroused much ridicule from those not of the elect. In 1879 the Concord Summer School of Philosophy and Literature was established, and of this Mr. Alcott was the recognized head. Alcott's essay on Emerson and his Concord days, 1872, are his most readable remains. A more practical member of the family was Louisa May Alcott (1832 88), who struggled hard to offset her father's deficiencies on the bread and butter side of existence. She possessed talent as well as perseverance, and success came with the publication of her Little Women in 1868. No more popular series of stories for young people has ever been produced than that which contains this book and its sequel, Little Men. Her later stories, Jo's Boys, An Old-Fashioned Girl, 8 Cousins, and Rose in Bloom, have, with their naturalness, humor, and humanness, well maintained the popularity of Miss Alcott's earlier work. Margaret Fuller, perhaps, commands more of interest than any other figure in the Transcendental group. A brilliant intellect, marred by a somewhat morbid egotism, characterized her literary work. She shared in the erratic tendencies of her associates, but surpassed most of them in critical ability and to a certain extent in literary expression. Like Alcott, Margaret Fuller conducted "conversations" for the benefit of Boston ladies. She was prominent in the transcendental circle at Concord, and was warmly esteemed by Emerson. A frequent visitor at Brook Farm, Margaret Fuller is assumed to be the original of Zenobia in Hawthorne's Blithedale Romance. She, too, experienced the practical friendliness of Horace Greeley, and in 1844 became the literary critic on the Tribune. Devoted to philanthropy and reform, she was the friend of the Italian patriot Mazzini. In 1847 she visited Italy, and during her residence there was secretly and romantically married to the Marquis Ossoli. In 1850 the pair determined to come to America, and, with their infant son, set sail from Leghorn. Within sight of the American coast their vessel encountered a severe storm, and was wrecked. The entire family perished. It is undoubtedly to this tragic event that the general interest in the personality of Margaret Fuller is in part due. But her place in American literary history is deserved. The most important of her works are Woman in the Nineteenth Century (1844) and Papers on Literature and Art (1846). End of Part One of Chapter 4.